G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, and we are back. It has dropped. Skyrim's 10th anniversary edition is here, and I have purchased the add-on for the enhanced edition, which gives us every Creation Club item. Look, not all of them are that appealing, okay? But we're going to dive on in and we're going to have a look at some. I'm not going to really just, show you everything, but some of this stuff we've seen before. I've had the backpacks before. I've had some of these alternate armors before. I've had the Elven Hunter. Some of these are completely new, like I think the silver armor is new. I owned the Skyrim fur before, but rarely ever got to the point where I could make it. I used to have the Arcane Archer pack. I think I had camping. I had Divine Crusader. I had Mia Watch. I'm interested in the Dwarven Home. That's definitely going to be interesting. Nordic Jewelry looks nice. Pets of Skyrim. Yeah, might be interesting. I had the Spell Knight armor. It's been my last couple of playthroughs I've used that. And I had survival mode previously. Tundra Homestead looks interesting. Vigil Enforcer armor. I mean, a lot of the armors look interesting. And I had Wild Horses previously as well. But we're going to have a look. And we're going to start a new playthrough. So I'm going to start here at the point where we pick who we are. Now, I am still sort of stuck, if that's the right word, on
Jarl of Windhelm. It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric. Ralof of Riverwood.
Oh, wait, just hang on a sec.
Lokir of Rorikstead. No, I'm not a rebel! You can't do this!
Halt!
You're not gonna kill me!
Archers! Anyone else feel like running?
Wait. You there. Step forward. Who are you?
Okay, so I'm still on my little spell knighty sort of thing. Sword and spell. I do want to try and do a two-handed sword and spell combination. So that means probably starting most encounters with spells from distance and then swapping to two-handed weapons in close. Now, normally for that, I would pick something that has, like the Breton, for example, has some good ability with spells and high magic resistance. Absolutely perfect for this build. Dark Elf has some good abilities with destruction magic. Really nice for this build. And their Ancestor's Wrath, which surrounds themselves in flames. Really nice for this build. In fact, really nice. Imperials are okay for this build. They have a little bit of magical ability, a little bit of weapons ability, but it's not two-handed weapons, it's one-handed. And they have, so, yeah. Of course, Nords are really good with two-handed weapons, so they would make a good build, but they don't really have any bonuses to magic or anything. Orcs, rocking it for this build. Heavy armor, their Berserker Rage, really nice. Even Redguard are in fact quite good for this build. But I'm going to pick Dun, da, da, da. Wood Elf. Why? Because they have none of the abilities that I want for this build. So, two-handed weapons, no bonuses. Heavy armor, no bonuses. Smithing, no bonuses. Enchanting, no bonuses. Destruction, no bonuses. G'day, Zam. What the build is, I'm sort of talking about it at the moment, actually. It's going to be a sword and spell build, but the previous ones that I've done, I've had a sword in one hand and a spell in the other, and it didn't really work as well as I would like. Mostly because when you limit your spells to one hand, you lose a lot of power in them later in the game. The ability to dual wield your spells really ups there, really ramps up their power. So I'm going to go for a two-handed sword and dual wield spell build. Heavy armor. So we're going two-handed sword, heavy armor, smithing, enchanting, destruction. There'll be a little bit of restoration. Now there's going to be some alteration, but I'm probably going to do what I did in my Breton run, where I bought all of the levels of alteration that I needed to be able to go and get the high magic resistance. So the Bosma has no advantages in any of this. The other race that would be similar in this with no real advantages is Argonian. It's a toss-up for me which one, but I chose Wood Elf. And the reason I chose Wood Elf above Argonian is that the Argonian does have one other advantage that the Bosma really lacks, and that is the Argonian has their hist skin, which enables them to restore health pretty quickly, where I won't have that as a Wood Elf. So we're going to go Wood Elf. This could be really the wrong way to go, but I'm going to do it anyway. No, I don't want advantages with this build, just to prove that it can be done. I mean, we know it can be done, but, I've done... The thing is, I've done so many builds. Like, I've done the spell sword type of build, or even a good, a good mage, a good fighter build. I've done good orc builds before. I've done heaps of good Nord builds. I've done at least one Imperial, several Bretons. I don't touch High Elves because they're, to me, the ultimate bad guys. I think I did a Dark Elf build recently. I did do an Argonian build a while back. I have done Wood Elf builds before. But yeah, I want one where I'm not particularly getting bonuses in any of the skills that I really want, just to sort of show that you can do this as any race. It doesn't really matter. Those bonuses that you get just help a little bit, but they don't, you can't say in this game, there's nothing that says, oh, you can't build a mage unless you pick an Ultima. Right? Because Ultimas have, the High Elves basically have bonuses to most of the magical abilities. I think the only magical ability, technically, that the High Elves don't get is Destruction. Let me just... no, that's not what I wanted. Reopen closed tag. There we go. No, actually, the High Elves do have... they have every magical ability. Illusion, Conjuration, Destruction, Restoration, Alteration, and Enchanting. So if you want to play the Ultimate Mage, people say, well, you have to do it as an Ultima. No, you don't. You can do it as any race, really. It just... Those advantages help you a little bit at the start. Now, there are people who will argue that picking a race that doesn't have any of these bonuses means that you will level up in those skills quicker, because your starting level in those skills is 15, and because it's so low, you actually gain levels in those abilities quicker. I'm not going to argue that one way or the other. It doesn't really feel to me like that's the case. It doesn't feel like I progress faster or slower in a build if I do or don't have an advantage in the skills that I'm using. But that's what everyone says. Everyone says that you generally level up quicker in that case. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that to me, but, I could be wrong. I was going to say I don't know which one to pick. I might pick that one. About the only thing, and I don't know why I have a prejudice against this, but I hate the dirt on the faces. Like, sure, I can understand starting the game with that look, but once you get out of shackles, surely you could just go and wash your face, and I don't know. We're going to pick that. I haven't even thought of a name, I have not thought of a name at all for this build. Okay. There we go. Yeah, okay. No, that doesn't really work. I was thinking, okay, anniversary edition. I could call him Annie, and I thought Anakin. Yeah, but the Anakin is spelt so wrong that it doesn't really work for anniversary. Oh, why can't I think of a name? Let's see. Bosma name generator. Okay. Gazarond. Only because this was a Bosman name generator online. I don't know why. It was actually the first one in the list. I chose it, though. I looked at all the names, and then I looked back at the first one and went, oh, Gaza. In Australia, we have a cultural thing of shortening people's names. And, like, Gary is a popular name here. Gary becomes Gaza. Sharon becomes Shazza. It's the za added on the end of names. In fact, I might just go Gaza. There we go. So,
Not many wood elves would choose to come alone.
Gaza the Bosma.
Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure he remains returned to Valenwood. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
G'day, D-Bills.
General Tullius, give them their last rites.
As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you.
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over.
Learn. As you wish.
Come on! I haven't got all morning. My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
This is...
You Imperial bastards!
Yeah, Jazza is probably Jeremy,
As fear
I would think. Jeremy would go to Jazza, I would think.
Next, the Wood Elf.
Is this the full version? This is the full anniversary edition. I have all of the Creation Club content. It basically just becomes an add-on to the special edition that you just pay. It was like $20-something Australian for me, and that added on all of the Creation Club content. I had a little bit of it to begin with, but it just gave me everything. And then the first time you then run the game, it just downloads all of it in one go for you.
Sentries, what do you see?
And I will say, I don't know whether it was just that they had always had a problem and they only fixed it recently. Hang on a sec, let me get out of this and then I'll mention, excuse me, what I was going to do. Come on, wake up game, let me move. There we go. Make my way out of the keep. Yes, previously, whenever I went into the Creation Club in the game, it was always buggy. Half the images wouldn't load, sometimes it wouldn't remember my account and I wouldn't be able to purchase anything. It was always really annoying, but this time, everything works perfectly. So I hope it's just that they have fixed things. That's better. Mouse was a little bit slow to respond. I bumped it up a notch in the settings. Okay, we're going the Imperial start. The only couple of reasons I'm doing that. If I do an Imperial start, I'm going to be fighting Stormcloaks, which means I'm going to be able to get two-handed weapons. And I'm also going to be able to go and talk to Alvar and get all of his steel and iron and stuff early game if I leave with Hadvar. If I was to go and leave with Ralof, I would be able to get heavy armor, but I would not be able to get two-handed weapons straight away. And so that's what I'm looking for at the moment, is the two-handed weapons. Now, I'm also thinking, normally I go with, as far as spells, I normally go with shock damage. I'm going to go with fire primarily as my damaging to begin with, I feel. So we're going to favour that. Yes, I know. And we're going to favour that. And our power is command animals, which, I'm sorry, it's totally useless. I never use it. I'm not going to put on any armour yet. I am just going to get some fire spells going until we can find a sword. A two-handed sword. What did I have before the release? I had a handful of things before the release. Before the release, I had... I did point them out a minute ago. I can do it again. I had the Spell Knight Armor series. I had the Wild Horses, the Mistwatch Tower. I had Survival Mode, Backpacks, the Stolrim Armor, the Stolrim Light Armor or whatever it is, which I never actually made. I never got a chance to make it. And that was about it, really. there wasn't too much stuff. I'm interested in seeing some more of the houses, some more of the armors and weapons. Actually, I need to set all this stuff up properly, don't I? What am I doing? Make that and that. There we go.
We need to get out of Helgen.
Yeah, and that's what we are doing. Yeah, my magicka might be low, but that guy's dying anyway, so it doesn't matter.
An old storeroom. See if you can find some potions.
Most of this stuff is not worth taking off them. In fact, even these heavy weapons aren't really worth taking at this point. Because they are ridiculously heavy and actually aren't worth much money. But wine is quite good for selling. And then I'm looking for tomatoes and anything else to make vegetable soup. I'm not doing alchemy in this run, so I'm not going to take salt. I'm not going to take those rock warbler eggs. They're not worth it.
Done then? This way.
As far as money goes. Yeah, I tried that as well. I don't know, I did seem to work out how to do it with the wild horses. It seemed to be that you just had to stop trying to move forward on the horse. Come on.
That'll teach you to
The way to survive on the horse is with those wild horses is not move forward when they try and buck you. So take your finger off the key, and that seemed to work for me. Salt is good for cooking, but you don't need it for vegetable soup. So I tend not to get it because the only thing I really want to cook. Damn it! I hope I can pick up that lockpick on the other side. I'll take that dagger, and I find that lockpick where it fell down. There should have been two.
come with us. We need to get out of here.
You have no authority over me, boy.
Is there another one there? There is.
Hear me? I
Where
said
is it?
keep us under attack.
There.
Wait a second. Looks like there's nothing in
We
this.
got more lockpicks there.
Don't bother with it.
Yes, I know how to use the lockpicking. Yeah, as far as cooking goes, I'm really not interested in cooking anything but vegetable soup. I know there are some other things that do have some good abilities. About the only other one that would be vaguely good is there is one thing which takes some pretty exotic ingredients to cook that does help a little bit with, I think it doesn't give you back magicka immediately, but it does help with like magicka regen. And I can't think what it is, but that's about the only thing I would. Finally got a great sword, so let's favorite that and put that on our number one. Yeah, the only other food that I would consider making is whatever it is that recovers some magicka. Okay, good. I've got a lockpicking increase from doing all of this. That was the only reason to do that. And that's good there. Okay, very good. Do you have anything? Just want the gold, I don't want the bone meal. Yeah, I think that's it. Elsewhere fondue or something like that. I think you're right. And I don't think it... I can't remember what it does, but it's not like... I think it just increases your rate of magicka regen. It's not like a restore magicka potion that gives you back a certain amount immediately. But it's about the only thing that's good for mages. I just love vegetable soup because it's just a...
Where's the way out?
With vegetables... Actually, I shouldn't have done that. With vegetable soup, you can do perpetual power attacks. You can continually power attack. You don't have to worry about stamina being low. Okay. Let's go and get these archers. Are you going to... Come on, I want you to mob up on the fiery bit, please. There we go, thank you. Burn you to death. And you can walk into the flames as well. And very good. Now, let's loot the bodies. Unfortunately, the bodies are not going to have the sort of stuff on them that I love to get when I do the other start. In fact, I don't know if I can carry any more of these heavy weapons. How are we doing for carrying capacity? Yeah, we're doing all right, but I want to hit the camp just outside, because those guys out there have heavy armor that I can take. The bandit camp just outside Helgen. And that'll get me my heavy armor. I don't want to wear any other armor for the moment because I don't want to increase... I don't want to waste putting skills into light armor if I'm never going to use it. Which is a good and bad thing. I could have had light armor on and be gradually increasing any skill, which means it makes it easier for me to get a level. Might have been a good idea, but anyway. Spiders. That should be enough to kill you. That'll get you started. There you go. You're dead, and that's all of them. Don't really want the venom, but it does sell for a little bit. I'm not going to bother getting all the eggs. I used to always go up there, but I've got a funny feeling there's actually... I'm starting to recognize that there's really nothing I want up here. There's no potions or anything. There's always just that mace. And those maces are heavy and don't sell very well, so... no. Linux PC running Steam Proton, not PS5 or any other console. I'm not a console gamer at all.
Hold up.
Grab those. Now, from back over here, I do want the mead, the helmet. Oh, damn it! I hate when I do that! Okay. We got through that. Might as well put that helmet on, because it is heavy armor. Sneak, there you go. Game's happy now. I snuck. Okay, this is going to be interesting. We're going to get out through this tunnel, and then we're going to get bombarded with quests. Because if you have a look right now, if we have a look under quests, our only quest we've got is getting out of here. That's all going to change very quickly. Because quite a bit of the Creation Club content gives you quests. Not going to wait for Hadvar. As I said, I want to get down to this camp just down here and get me some heavy armor. Okay, here come all of the quests. There's the archer.
Mercy!
Okay. I need this guy here because you got most of the heavy armor. Here we go. I want that. I want that. Ooh, steel war axe. Dum, 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 dum. And we have our full set of heavy armor. I'm going to leave most of this here. I'm going to take the book because that gives me a little bit of level. I'll take that gold. I'll take that gold, and if there's any gold, I'll take that potion. I'm not going to take that just yet, and I'll leave the other bodies. We're going to come back to these in a little bit. For now, we want to raid these guys up here. Okay, there's a wolf out here somewhere. Just the one? Just the one. There we go. Oh, hello, dear. Everything you've got. Everything you've got. This is what we want. What have you got? Hide boots of minus stamina. Yeah, well. Oh, and that's too much to carry. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop off. No. We're going to drop those off on her. Right. All good. Don't really need those out. Oh, we ran out of stamina. I was used to playing Kingdoms of Amalur, in which you can run forever without any problems. Okay, which Guardian Stone do we pick? Well, we're going to pick Magic because I feel, more than anything, that's going to be the skill early game that's going to be the hardest to raise. Even though I'm using it quite a bit, I feel like I'm going to probably be focusing on Two-Handed Sword a bit more than I would normally have expected. So even if I'm not, getting my magic up as high as possible, as quickly as possible, is a good thing. Are these wolves around? Yay, they are. And because there's no hurry, let's go and get the third one. Wonderful. No, I'll do that later. I was going to go, because I've got the treasure, I got the... Oh, I don't have it yet. I didn't pick it up off the body. One of those bandits that I took back at the other camp that I killed, one of them has the treasure map, or that tree log just there. But I can't get that just yet. I'm actually surprised that we didn't get all of those quests, and we didn't... They must have changed something. Normally you start the game and you get a bazillion quests, and you get all of those, like, a whole bunch of items get chucked in your inventory. Stuff to do with the Arcane Archer, the different arrows and stuff. They must have changed how you get a lot of those quests now.
Okay, come inside.
Because there's no sign of them.
Sigrid will get you something to
Faendal thinks he can woo Camilla. I've seen him sneaking over to the river. You may be right. Here, give Camilla this letter. It's full of venomous.
If I talk to him now,
Every day we get. I see no harm in it.
not
If you have
what I
the skill.
wanted to do.
Of course. Take what you need.
But what's all this about?
I
What are you
want
two doing here?
that, and that.
What?
We saw a dragon. We escaped. You must have seen it.
A drag?
The Jarl needs to. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever soldiers he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in.
I'd like to armor my horse. Very nice. Okay, that's how that mod works. So I should be able to loot all of this stuff now, which I'm not going to do yet because I won't be able to carry it all. Oh, actually, what I will do, though, is turn all of that leather. Well, I'm glad they changed how those quests started, because it was a little annoying to get all of those things just straight away and be bombarded with all the quest items and everything.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no.
Maybe you could talk some. What are you talking? Oh my! Thank you for telling me the truth. Could you talk to Faendal as well? I'm sure he'll want to thank you for standing up for
Oh, a
him.
bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay. Let's have a look. We'll get rid of all of those. We don't need that, don't need that. Keep that. No. I'll break that down. Get rid of that, and that. Don't need that. Don't need those. Actually, let's not get rid of any of that stuff, because I can sell it to Alvor. And also, more importantly, I can upgrade it before I sell it. Oh, I didn't learn the Sparks spell tome. Let's get rid of those, get rid of that. There we go. You have any picks? Very good. I'll take all of those. And that's all I will take for the moment.
All right then.
Damn thief.
Let's read Sparks now. Okay. We're going to quickly duck into here.
Sigrid, we have company.
And then we're going to leave. I could loot that place while he's talking, but I'll do that later. But by getting in there and getting him to say, Sigrid, we have company, he then comes back out to do the shop a little bit sooner, which is nice. Get rid of all, take all of that. Got a steel dagger we can take that. Can't take any of that. Let's up. Actually, I should upgrade my armor first, shouldn't I? Let's do that. That makes more sense.
Within reason, of course. Not that. Reminds me when I first started.
There we go. And then make sure we're going to upgrade our sword that we're using first. So, and we've only got one more ingot, so we might as well upgrade the Warhammer. And we'll do those. Very good.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
What have you got for sale?
Finest weapons and armor.
Get rid of that, get rid of that. Very good, got a level. I'm wearing the wrong helmet. Yeah, we're going to get rid of that. And that. Make sure we're wearing that helmet. And we've got that favorited. Let's just make sure that that... Yep, that's all working. Very good. Now, what can we forge here at the moment? Brawler's Hide Braces. Oh, these are the... There's a new range of gauntlets that provide more damage if you want to go barehanded. So that must be one of them. Banded Iron, Brawler's Iron Gauntlets. And there's Iron Plate. Ooh, I might have to get myself 3, 5, 8, 13. I might have to get myself some more. Brawler's leather scout armor. That looks nice. Jewelry. Is the Nordic jewelry available yet? No. There must be something you've got to do to learn how to make the Nordic jewelry. Nothing new in the building materials. And the back... Oh, animal collars. That must be needed to tame an animal. And an animal pack. I might end up doing this taming stuff, I think. Cork bulb arrow. I'm assuming that's supposed to be an arrow that does no damage. Might even be used with the taming of the animals. Who knows? Fishing rods. I feel like I need to get myself a fishing rod. So I'm going to get a corundium ingot. We're going to buy ourselves a corundium ingot.
Whatever you need.
Because he normally has them.
Pretty much anything to suit.
And what do you know? For once he doesn't have corundium ingots. Well, that's annoying because I want to make a backpack.
Good day.
Okay, let's loot this place. I've already been in there. Let's loot his house. There's not much chance that there'll be a corundium ingot in here, but what's his name across the road might have a corundium ingot. Don't want that. I'll take the 51 gold. Drinks, cabbage, potato.
For a while. You can make your own way to Solitude from here.
I didn't want the bucket, but I wanted the tomatoes and the leeks and the potatoes. And I'll take the cheese because they sell okay-ish. The mead, the gauntlets, those and that. Boots, the troll fat. There's nothing on there that I want. The barrel, what's in the wardrobe? Just shoes, nothing on top of the wardrobe. The chest has got some gold.
Did you really see a dragon?
Sure did. Okay, that'll do for their house. Let's see if Trader over here has any corundium ore. I didn't search that barrel. Let's just search this one. Green apples. Got these ones. Empty. Flour. Okay, actually, let's go and talk to Vindel.
Riverwood's agreeable. I appreciate
Get
your
that
help.
quest
Please,
done.
lead the
Follow
way.
me.
Still here.
And
What do you want me to carry?
nothing. I just want the key to your house. Thank you.
I'll head back home if you need me.
And then I forgot that I have a level up. So, to begin with, I feel like I need magicka more than anything. And the most important thing right now is getting destruction dual casting as quick as possible. There actually might be a couple of things we can grab out this way. I'm not going to grab an axe just yet. Really just looking to see if they've got anything stored in any of that. No, they don't. Okay. We did Alvor. Let's just quickly do the stuff around here. That's empty. That's empty. That's empty. I don't know why I got that salt pile. It doesn't actually sell all that well if that's all you want to do with it. Because I don't really want it for cooking. It's kind of useless otherwise. It's not really worth getting it just to sell it. There's going to be this barrel just here. Just got some cabbage, which is nice. Can't really get anything from those guys. Let's get the stuff from Findall's house outside first. We get and I missed a leak there. Empty barrel. That barrel's empty too, and I couldn't jump the fence for whatever reason. Okay, early game, until I know better what the availability of houses is around here, we're going to use this as a storage place. So we're going to store anything that's enchanted that we cannot disenchant yet in here. Or anything we don't want to throw away. I'm not going to use a steel ingot just yet. I will need to do something. Well, let's do that something right now. Let's use the cooking pot. There's a misc. Poisoned green apples. Why would you want to make poisoned apples? Here's what we want, the vegetable soup, of which I can make 11. And the rest of the ingredients to make it are going to go into that chest. This is not exactly a safe chest, but it's safe enough for a little while to put stuff in that chest. It should not despawn. And it's only until, I mean, I could go right, pretty well right now, if I wanted to, and get the Mir Watch house. I know where it is. It's fairly easy. Well, it's actually not that easy to get, to be honest, because actually, there's our lucky charm for the playthrough. I wasn't going to pick up the child's doll, but it's there, so... Oh, and there's another one. Let's take the wooden sword. Let's leave that child's doll alone. Let's take that axe. Okay, more stuff to just... Yes, it's already showing this stuff as potentially being stolen. I want to put the cabbage I ate one of those cabbage, didn't I? That was silly. I don't have any more leeks, so it's just going to be the potatoes and the tomatoes. And let's... where are we? Food. Damn it. I meant to favour that. There we go. And that goes in my 8 slot, like that. All right, we are doing good. Let's go and sell as much of this stuff as we can to the trader whose name, Lucan, I can never remember.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
The amount of time I've spent in this game, you'd think I would remember his name by now. Those. We can sell that. They're not worth anything. Sell that. So I shouldn't actually be selling everything. Do you have corundium? You don't. Okay. And I already bought the lockpicks that you had. We don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. All good. So, I can't make... without corundium ingots, I can't make a backpack.
Take what you need, my friend. Within looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
That's annoying. And he doesn't have any backpacks.
Good day.
Good day. So, we don't have as much carrying capacity as I would like. Do I have stuff to sell? No, but I'm going to put all that leather away. The reason I'm not breaking all that down into leather strips is because I need to be... well, I can never remember how many leather I need to make a backpack. And I'm not sure what I need to make some of the heavier armor as well. So let's just put the Helgen key away. Put all of that away. And we're good. So, next step. We are going to go to... what are we going to do? Let's do Embershard Mine, because that's going to give us iron ore. Yeah, that's iron ore, though. It's not ingots. Actually, I know what we'll do. We're going to go back and finish looting the bandits that we killed before. And then come back, do Anissa's cabin up over there. Come back down this way. Cut back down this way and get that loot out of that tree down there, the treasure chest. Because that does sometimes have corundium ingots in it, I think. And that'll allow me to make a backpack. We'll then come, whether we've made a backpack or not, we'll come and do Embershard Mine. After that, I'm tempted to go and head to... well, we'll probably head into Whiterun, but we won't go and see the Jarl or anything like that. We'll just go and maybe sell up in Whiterun, but then come and take the cart and travel to to Markarth. Because from Markarth, we can go and talk to Carcelmo, the mage. We get access to a enchanting table and an alchemy table all in one when we talk to him, and we can buy spells from him. So we don't have to go and see Buggerlugs in at the Whiterun Palace just to be able to get access to other spells. I mean, yes, we could go to the College of Winterhold as well, which is an okay option. Something we should consider doing at some point. One thing I sort of want to do in this playthrough, which I haven't done in a long time, is go to Solstheim and do a bunch of stuff around there. Like, I have been there and done that once. I've done the whole Dragonborn DLC stuff in Solstheim, but I've only done it once. I've gone back to Solstheim just to get, like, the Blessing of Azura, which improves your spell resistance, things like that. But I've really not gone out of the port, the little town there, whatever it is, Red Rock or Raven Rock or whatever it's called. What are you? Are you...
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here? Go home to your mother.
You're lucky I don't kill you, my friend. We are going to come over here and kill... Where is he? This guy. Oh. He's got these bone wolves.
I am master of the art.
Yeah, I was going to say I thought I heard other wolves around. Where are they? I think they're down on the road. Go down there in a second. These bone wolves, do they have anything on them? Bone meal. I don't really want bone meal, so I'm not going to bother searching the other one. What has that urn got? 2 gold. And then if we come up over this way... There's always this dead guy here and his woodsman's friend axe. Those wolves could have been up here. What do you know? Okay. No. Got all of that. Yeah. There's often more wolves over here, so let's get rid of these guys. Where'd he go? Right. That one. That one. That one. I never remember if there's anything good here as far as loot goes. Well, that's right. There's a chest there. Just coming down here. No, it looks like we've got all the wolves. He says. Okay. And a dead bunny. Which I don't really want that meat, but that's okay. So this is going to be interesting now to see how we activate some of these new content items, the ones that were quests previously. Wolf just there. I had a bow. I just thought I should check and make sure nothing has changed over here. Ah, fishing supplies. If I had a fishing rod. Line and lure. And TLDR. So, actually haven't done a full save yet in this game. I really should. Here we go. So, that was just a free rod that I could pick up. So I must have the fishing rod equipped. Is it considered a weapon? It is. It does 3 damage. And fishing, press activate to reel in your line. Reeling when there is a strong pull on your line will reel in your catch. Ripples on the surface when casting your line are from nearby fish. If the water is calm when you cast your line, there are no more fish to catch here. Fish will return in a day's time. Yield too early. Looks like you've got to stay close to the fishing supplies, or do I just... Okay. It's almost like a mini game. Is it the Riften Fishery? No, I don't think I will. We've done that. Doesn't really appeal to me. It's a nice little feature, I guess, but it's a bit blah. Right. So, we can head up this way to Anissa's cabin. And if we look through the window here, we can read that book. Don't steal it, just read it, because it gives you a bit of alchemy skill. Now, what we want to do is we want to come just to here. Okay. So there's going to be a bit of a fight over there. There's some fire. I don't know. I can't think what specifically that random encounter is going to be, but I'm going to be ready for trouble. I think that's actually a couple of torches on the round? No, maybe not. This looks...
Never should have.
It's just a scavenger. Okay. Yeah. He killed a bunch of Stormcloaks. No, that's right. He came across a bunch of Stormcloaks and Imperials who had died fighting each other. And he was looting them. He was scavenging from them. Carrying too much. Is the pearl a new alchemy ingredient? I don't remember it. Conjure Undying Ghost? Consumes all magicka and summons an undying ghost for 60 seconds. The ghost's attributes are equal to twice the amount of magic consumed, up to 600. That's an interesting spell. Gaz's Undying Ghost. I don't really want to be leveling Conjuration, but if the game gets too hard and I need a companion, sounds like a pretty damn good spell. Please be Corundium Ingot. Yes. I can make myself a backpack. Let's go this way. Go and sell what we can first.
The river. My sister. Take a look.
Yeah, I can't sell a lot. did I want to sell? There was nothing urgent, to be honest. Mostly it was just whatever I can. I need to keep that. I can't sell that yet.
Damn thieves. As if things weren't bad enough.
Okay, so I'm going to need to go and grab... Oh, I can make leather here, can't I? That's fine. Let's do it that way. So let's make our backpack first. Look, for this sort of build, Adventurer's Backpack would go... Yeah, that summons yelling when he dies is quite nice. Some of the other... Well, a lot of the others do that. Like the wolf that you can summon, that first level spell that Bretons get. That wolf howls or screeches sort of thing when it dies. I don't know about some of the others, but I know that one does. But yeah, that is a nice touch. The Adventurer's Backpack is quite good for this sort of build because you get extra stamina. As is the Mage's Backpack because you get extra magicka. But I'm going to go for the Thief's Backpack because it makes lockpicking easier. Only because I don't really want to have to worry about lockpicking. And the reason I don't go for some of those other ones is it actually makes leveling up a little bit harder, because when I want to work out, oh, do I want to add magicka or do I want to add health or stamina or whatever, I can't see what my real values are because the backpack that I'm wearing is artificially inflating the value. And if you've got multiple items that are inflating that value, I can never remember what bonuses I've got on each one to know because if I ever have to take that stuff off, I still want to know that I've got the values at a certain level. So, yeah. That's just how my brain works. But, yeah, that's fine. 375 is our carry weight now. Very good. We might throw some stamina in later to get more levels there. We don't have any iron ore, but as we saw here, we really do want some because there is this iron plate here. Because like iron armor is a 27 value. The iron plate is 29. So I want to buy a full set of this stuff. Thanks for the follow, me time. I need a drink. There we go. Much better. So yeah, we're going to try this heavy plate armor. As soon as we can get ourselves, what did I say, 12, 13? I think it's 13 iron ingots. Carrying capacity is not great. We can't sell yet because it's the middle of the night. What time is it? In fact, it is 11:38. So let's chuck some more stuff up in the chest here at Findles.
You lost?
Are you saying in the game you can't favourite items? Me time? Because I've not had a problem with that. Definitely want to store that. That weighs almost nothing, so we're not going to bother storing that. We're going to sell all of that eventually. I should convert all of those to... what's the names? Yeah, I haven't had any problems favoriting items in the game. So, for example, my vegetable soup there is currently favorited. Just as an example, I can favor the lockpicks. Oh, You can't... The only items you can really favour are weapons, food, potions. You can't favour miscellaneous items or keys. So just be sure that, you know, like I can do potions. You can favour armour, turn it to take it on and off if you want. And of course you can favour weapons. So just be careful what you're trying to favour. It has to be an item that you can sort of use in normal gameplay. How much carrying capacity? Much better. Okay, so we're going to go and do... Did I still have that? Didn't have the leather on me. I got rid of it. We're going to go and do Embershard Mine to get some iron ore. So that we can maybe make the iron plate armor. Seeing as it's new. We'll see what it looks like. We're not far from level 2. Which is good. And yeah, I think we'll use the sword a little bit in this. We'll probably use some spells, but we might actually no. We'll get our fireballs ready to go. Let's zap.
Time to get lost, friend.
Oops. It lost my numbering on those items. Come here, you. Cooked brook bass. Restores 5 points of health. Okay. I might even just eat that now. Was easy. Okay. That's what we need, some iron ore. There's our level. Okay. We do want to go into destruction so that we can get destruction dual casting. Oh, I can't get that yet. I don't have enough points. Bummer. Okay. Well, then I think two-handed is probably a good idea. There we go. Lots of other options I could have gone for. But that'll do for now. Have that coin purse. Right. Grab all of that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Take those, but they're the first things I drop if I don't have enough carrying weight. Steel Warhammer, okay. Fatigue, very nice. Iron Ingot, very good. Lockpicks, very nice. Circlets, sell good. Staff of Fury, very nice, even though I'm never going to use it. Okay, so we have more ore here. Good. Just thought it might be worthwhile, because I never come in here, but I was just wondering if one of the quests might have had something in there to start. I'm just keeping an eye out now for things that start some of the quests to get some of the new items. If some of the new items are hidden behind quests, which I know some are, some aren't. You know, as we've seen, a lot of those new armors are ready straight away. If you want to spend the time to get them, you can. Yeah, I knew I was going to be close to carrying capacity. How are we going to do this? I wish there was a chest or something up there that you could store stuff in. There is a chest here, though. I want that pickaxe back. I need that pickaxe. Okay. Coins. Toilet. Iron ingots. I don't remember there being a linen wrap down here. I don't remember there being a chest here either. And the chest requires a key. Okay. Interesting. Oh, more fishing supplies. So there's a fishing rod there. Fought an iron mace. Yeah, I've had enough of that. Right. Actually, I'll leave searching the guys till last. Although I am keeping an eye out to see if there's any keys lying around in obvious places. All right. No key on you. No key on you. And no key on you, so... there must be a quest somewhere that wants me to come back here. And it'll give me the key for that. Unless the key is hidden somewhere else in here. How much carrying capacity? I've got a bit. Let's get as much stuff as we can out of that bag that we were hiding all the stuff in. Have a look. Doesn't appear to be a key on the table there anywhere. That'll do. No keys there. Alright. We shall have to come back later. So, the annoying thing now is I don't know where I'm going to be able to... Well, I know where I can go. I need somewhere to turn all this iron ore into ingots so I can make my armor. So I've got to plan this out. Normally, I would consider going, as I said, over to Markarth. Because if you don't want to do the main quest line straight away, Markarth's actually not a bad place to go. You've got access to Carcelmo, who is a mage who will sell you lots of spells if you don't want to go and do the college, which of course is another option. But also in Markarth there is a good number of merchants. There is a smelter. So you can just do everything you need to in the one place from Markarth. Not everything, but you know, there's a good amount of stuff there. But what I'm thinking right now is we're going to put away... I don't think I can break down amulets, can I? Let's put the cabbages away. Might as well store that for now. And that. And even that. Gold necklace. I have 3 iron ingots. That's not enough to do anything. Sell that. Not sell that, store that. Store the pickaxe for the moment. The Staff of Fury. The tomatoes. Okay. Read that to get the spell. Go and sell some stuff. We're not going to be able to sell anything. What do you mean, stupid dog? Nothing stupid about dogs. Did I don't think I had any... No, I don't have any hides to break down. Gonna have to wait a couple of hours for Alvor to come out. Let's see if Lucan has reset his amount of money.
My sister Kim. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
No, he hasn't. Does he have anything that I really want to buy? Not that I have much money to buy anything. A fishing map. Why would I want a fishing map? Fishing clothes. Oh, now that's important. You've got to have your fishing clothes. Oh, he has 3 of the iron plate things. I could just buy them, but I don't want to. I want to make them. He doesn't have anything I want.
Better get back to cleaning.
I'll wait for Alvor to come out for a couple of hours and then sell what I can to him.
May the gods watch over your battles. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Let's see what else. I did put a lot of stuff away here. He doesn't have a lot of money left. No. No, let's not do that. Let's head for Whiterun. Now, I don't know exactly where this is going to be, but you know, there are some new houses in the game. One of them appears to be a farm outside of Whiterun. And I think there's another one within close vicinity of Whiterun as well. So it sort of feels like there might be a couple of houses that aren't going to be too hard to get fairly soon. Actually, let's just go with the sword for this guy, I think. Come on, Wolfie. There's a good boy. Aha! There is a wolf over there. Go and get him first. Yeah. One thing I wasn't always aware of is that there is actually a second wolf up this way. Ooh. That is new. That building right there. That may be one of the farm. That might be either the farm or the manor house near Whiterun. I think there's a manor house near Whiterun. I know there's definitely a farm near Whiterun that you can purchase. And I thought it was going to be put over there, on the other side of where the where they sell the horsies. I can't think of the name. The stables. That's the word. Stables. I thought Chandlery was my first thought of the word that I was trying to think of there. Was that enough help to be...
You handle yourself well. You could
that
make
was
for a
enough help.
decent shield, brother. An order, and we show up to solve problems, not from the old man. If you go to him, good luck.
You know what? Yeah, no, I'll leave them for the moment. Normally I raid all of this. But right now I'm looking for the new stuff. The farm and things like that. I also thought they might have tried to put another farm in, like, just there somewhere. But it doesn't look like they've turned that into a... That back there looks to be something new. Whiterun Stables, very good. Let's go and talk to Khajiit Trader.
I have traveled far across Tamriel. Take a look.
My toes are numb from the cold more often than not.
36 lockpicks, yes please. Can never have too many lockpicks in this game. Or was I just... Oh, how silly. I was just seeing that tent. I thought there was something built up over here. But no. I was seeing the tents here. So I'll go into Whiterun. I just want to make all this iron up and see how much stuff I need to make this next level of armor, the iron plate.
Hold. City's closed with the dragons about. Official, fine. But we'll be keeping an eye on you.
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we must have
Actually, I have 3. So if I make up just 10 iron ingots, I don't want to make too many, because if I have corundium, I can make steel, and steel is much better overall. Made a few more because I do need to improve this armor once we're done. Do I need leather strips, or do I need just leather strips? Okay, cool. I have 4
But
pelts.
don't expect a miracle.
Kick you off there. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough leather strips or not, but let's see. Iron plate armor. Iron plate boots. Gauntlets. Helmet. And then, can I improve these here? Yep. Okay, my armor is currently giving me 71. It's now 76. But more importantly, how do we look? Actually, we look pretty badass. That's not bad, you know. I don't mind that at all. So, I guess
Have you met my father? Take a look.
We should sell all of that. And hell, I can sell those as well, because I don't need those right now.
Don't forget to check inside the shop.
So what I want to do now is I want to go and see that new building that we saw. No idea what it's going to take to make it mine. I mean, look, the new armor looks nice. It doesn't add a huge amount of improvement to my armor, but it's not terrible. So I'm liking it as far as content goes. I mean, most of the time I don't even see it because I don't usually play in third-person view. Although I must say, after playing Kingdoms of Amalur, let's play in third person for a little bit and see how we go. For me, the biggest problem in third person is aiming spells. It never seems to... It doesn't seem like it's the spell is aimed quite right in third person. Actually, there's more iron ingots over this way. Right there. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to just do that. Where did I put my pickaxe? Damn it. Did I leave my pickaxe at home? Tundra Homestead. There's one of the new houses. I haven't really looked on the map to see if it shows me. There's Mere Watch. Yep, I knew about that. Runoff Caverns. That is something we're going to go and have a look at, definitely. Champion's Rest. Oh, that might be the... That might be the... no, I don't believe Kingdoms of Amalur got new DLC this week, but I could be wrong. I haven't looked. I was playing it just recently, though. I can't remember if Champion's Rest is the name of the Dwemer ruins you can take as a house, or not, is what I was getting at. But what I was thinking here is I probably need to go back to Riverwood and grab my pickaxe. If I must have put it away somewhere, or I sold it. Oh, please don't. Please tell me I didn't sell it. Please tell me I just put it... Yeah, I put it away in the chest because I didn't think I was going to need it anymore. Pretty sure that's what happened. it is. I want to sell all of this. Go back to Whiterun and see what else we can sell.
I don't claim to be the best blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Still got my pickaxe on me. Right. Let's head back out. Really? Oh, I must keep an eye out on that then, because once I finish playing Skyrim, I was really enjoying Kingdoms of Amalur. I'm starting to think that it's games like this, where it's single player, first or third person. I'm finding I'm enjoying these a little bit more than the party CRPGs. And it's strange because one of the things that I like when I was playing, when I play some of the party CRPGs, I complain that I can't get good NPCs. So if we take, oh, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Let me just have a quick look. Dragon Age Origins, for example. Overall, the game was okay when I was playing it, but I was really wishing that I had more control over the companions. So, for example, I wanted to play with 3 rangers in the party so I could have 3 animal... Actually, I would have loved to have 4 animal companions. Right, but, you know, you can't always... there was only 2 companions who could become rangers in that. The problem being is that you had to wait so long for them to become rangers. And then you have other games like Solstice Crown of the Magister, which, again, I absolutely love, but then I get to the point where it's like, well, I know what I want to play as a main character, but I don't know what I want as an alternate character. Do I really want to play an entire party of 4 characters all exactly the same? If I'm playing a single-player game like this, it's not a problem. I'm controlling myself. I don't have to worry about other characters. It's all just, you know, I'm ready to go. So I'm really starting to think that it's this sort of game that I'm liking. You know, this Kingdoms of Amalur, that sort of thing are the ones that I like more than the party CRPGs. At least at the moment, anyway. That might change. I might get back into the mood of playing, and I might go and finish, you know, Crown of the Magister or some of those sorts of ones. But for right now... Okay, I'll have to keep an eye on the new DLC for Kingdoms of Amalur then. I wonder if I'll get it automatically with the version of the game that I bought just recently, or whether I will have to pay for it. Either way, I don't really mind. I was enjoying that game, so, you know, no worries. If you saw me playing that and you want to see more of it, you will. Can absolutely guarantee that. I was actually almost to the point of, maybe I won't play Skyrim today, maybe I'll do a bit more of Kingdoms of Amalur, and then I'm like, no, there's new Skyrim content. I've got to play it. I've got to see some of it. And we've got a new house right there. Going there as soon as we finish mining this spot and looting the chest just here. Okay, so let's come over here, have a look at this house and see what's going to be involved. Is it just going to be walk through the door and it's yours? Is there going to be some sort of ferocious monster outside like there is outside Meerwatch? What's the deal going to be? We better save just in case and maybe get our spells ready. So there's a bit of a stables type of thing here. And potatoes, sack of flour. Not a very well enclosed stable, I must say. They're just lanterns on the rocks. It's quite nice though. And, oh, what a lovely little smelting area out here. We might as well make up the gold and the quicksilver and the steel. And we got a anvil. There's a chest and some goat horns. Corundium, iron, steel. I'm sort of hoping that's a safe chest. Doesn't make sense for it not to be, but you never know. That sack there. I'll take the tomatoes, but I don't want the carrots. What about... that's empty. Strongbox is empty. I'll take the deer hide. Is that... I really wish you could break down these log piles and actually get firewood out of them. It's about the only thing I'd like to see changed about the game, is actually being able to use the log piles. Is that? No, that's not. It's supposed to just be the fire that you're using with the anvil. Actually, I didn't check to see if there were any new weapons, really, did I? Nothing there. There won't be any leather weapons. No jewelry. I can make the gold necklaces now. Yeah, no new weapons in anything that I can... That's right, I was going to make this, wasn't I? I need leather. Do I have any hides? Oh, actually, I just got some, didn't I? Let's make some leather. So we can make a leather collar, animal collar. Need more leather to make an animal pack. Oh, that's right. There's... G'day, Chaos. No, there's no new graphics or anything like that. What there is they took... So, a while back, a year or two ago, they introduced the Creation Club. And the Creation Club was a way for mod authors to put their mods into the game and you pay for them. So you'd buy credits, which you could use to download mods. That really didn't take off very well. So the Anniversary Edition, when you purchase it, you get the special edition of the game plus all 55 Creation Club mods that were originally created and another 20-something, I think it's 25 or 22 or something, mods that had not yet been released. So this house here, for example, which that's Whiterun right there, that's Dragon Reach, the top of Whiterun. This house is a new mod. This armor that I'm wearing is a mod. The backpack that I'm wearing is, and it's all Creation Club content. So I'm not sure what's involved in getting this house. Oh, look, there's Homestead for sale. Read. This house and its surrounding environments is available for purchase. I have had many cherished adventures in Skyrim, but now I'm afraid I must leave it all behind. The war has made life difficult on all of us, and I fear the worst is yet to come. I have entrusted the steward in Dragonreach with managing the sale of my homestead. If interested, please seek him out. Okay. That is interesting. It's also a little bit annoying because I don't want to go and see the steward in Dragonreach because that starts quests that I don't want to start just yet. But I guess I'm going to have to if I want this house. And I've got no idea how much it costs. It may very well cost just as much as one of the houses outside, inside the cities. Like the house in, the normal house you buy in Whiterun costs like 3,000 gold. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of Creation Club content. In fact, what I might just do is point some of it out. So basically to get this, I don't know how or where you purchase the Anniversary Edition, but if you've already got the Special Edition of Skyrim, they give you 4 of these mods for nothing. You just get them. You don't even have to pay for it. I can't remember which 4 they are. It showed it back here. Everybody gets Saints and Seducers, Rare Curios, Survival Mode, and Fishing. Right? Anybody else, if you purchase the Anniversary Edition add-on for the Special Edition, it just gives you every mod. And just the first time you log in, start the game, it just downloads them all. So, Adventurer's Backpacks, alternate armors. There's a whole bunch of these alternate armors, of which I am currently rocking this one. But there's leather armor. We've seen that in the... it's running really nicely because I've got a nice PC to run it on. But yeah, there's Orcish plate. So there's lots of new armors. That's the alternate steel armor, which I'll be getting soon, probably. Arcane accessories. I had this one previously, the Arcane Archer pack. Some staves, Arms of Chaos. I'm not sure what Bittercup is. Blood Chill Manor. This is a house if you want to be a vampire. The Bone Wolf. We've already seen a Necromancer who had those as companions. Bow of Shadows. Camping. Christmere. I think this is a pretty good two-handed sword, if I remember rightly. Civil War Champions. I believe if you do the Civil War quest line, there's an optional quest that you can do to settle the the civil war by fighting the opposition's champion. So you become one of the champions, and then there's the other one. Dawnfang and Dustfang, some swords. Dead Man's Dread, some pirate-type stuff. Divine Crusader, I had this mod previously. Gives you the Divine Crusader armor from Oblivion, as well as a light version. So that's heavy armor. There's also a light version of the armor. Dwarven Armored Mud Crab, Elite Crossbows, Expanded Crossbows, Farming. I don't think that's the house that I'm looking at the moment, but there is another farm that you can buy somewhere. I mean, we can have a look at it. Own your own farm in the heart of Whiterun. Elect a steward to oversee. I don't know where that is. That might be around the back of Whiterun. We have to keep an eye on that. Fearsome Fists. We've already seen some of that in the blacksmith when we've gone to look at the armors. So there's a whole bunch of different types of armor for hand-to-hand combat. So new types of gauntlets. Fishing we've seen a little bit of. Not too impressed with that. Forgotten Seasons, Gallows Halls. I believe that's a thief or assassin's house. Ghost of the Tribunal. I don't remember what that is about. Goblins. Goldbrand. Supposed to be a special blade sword. Headman's Cleaver. That's an orcish sword, I think. Hendraheim. I think that's a house in the Mountains of the Reach, is a Nordic hall. Okay. Elven horse armor, steel horse armor. You can buy those from blacksmiths. Lord's Mail, new type of armor. Meerwatch, I've owned that one before. It's quite a nice magical themed place. The Dwarven Hold. So this is basically a dwarven house that you can have. Necromancer stuff, more Netch leather armor, a Nyx Hound, Nordic jewelry, Pets of Skyrim. I'm interested in looking into that. Plague of the Dead. I think that's just more quests with undead in them. Rare Curios. Can't remember what that is. Oh, new alchemy ingredients. That might explain the pearl I found. Redguard Elite Armor. Ruin's Edge, a new bow. Saints and Seducers. Saturnalia Holiday Pack. So basically a Christmas pack. Shadowfoot Sanctum. Another thief house. Shadow Rend. That's a weapon that can either be a great sword or an axe, depending on what you want. Spell Knight Armor. I used to own that already. That's a very nice set of armor. Staff there, another staff there, more staves there. This is a whole thing of being able to create your own staves and bringing in more staves from Oblivion and Morrowind. Stendarr's Hammer, a whopping great big two-handed hammer. Sunder and Wraithguard, some dwarven weapons. Survival Mode, which I already owned. The Cause, I can't remember what that was. The Contest, I think that's quite nice too, if I remember rightly. And the Grey Cowl, that's that guy from Oblivion. Tundra Homestead, that's the house we were just at. Umbra, quite a good sword, I believe. Vigil Enforcer set, I think this is armor from the Vigils of Stendarr. And Wild Horses, I owned that previously as well. So lots of content there. A lot of the houses I'm not going to bother with. But I'm going to take a really quick break and we'll be right back. And we'll actually run around the outside and see if we can find if there's any other houses around the back. Because I think there's another house, the farm around here somewhere that I want to look at. But just give me a second, we'll be right back. Hang on. Okay, let's go and have a look. Let's head out this way. Oh, look. It's Maik the Liar.
Maik hears many stories of war, yet few of them are true.
Would it be that farm down there you end up owning? Not seeing signs of any other buildings around this way yet. And it could be that it's another one of those things where you have to purchase the rights to the building and then you build it up. That's another option. But there's nothing out here on the plains. Is that a giant out there? Oh no. It's an elk. So yeah, I don't know where the farm is then. Maybe something we'll just have to find. Because it can't be inside the walls, surely. There's not enough room inside the walls of Whiterun for a farm. But I'll do a super quick look. Let me actually... You know, as I said, I thought... So there was a... Unless it's that farm there, it didn't look like it though, but there was a... like a mill near the building. I thought, as I said, I thought they might have put a farm down along this way, heading down towards the watchtower maybe, or along this side. Or even just in here on that sort of plateau just there. But it almost looks like a building like that one. It almost looks like you own the stables from a distance, but then that building over there does look like it. I might go over there in a minute. So we'll have a quick run through the city here and just make sure there's nothing inside that looks out of place. Look, quite frankly, it can't be inside the city because there's actually not enough free space in here to cram any other buildings in. And if you've heard me talk about some of the absurdities in this game, it's the fact that there actually isn't enough buildings in here for all of the residents to sleep in. So Nareem, one of the most annoying people in the entire game, actually sleeps in the Drunken Huntsman. You know what? I'm going to go up here. I want to see how much it costs, which means I've got to do some more of the the main quest line just a little bit more. I don't have to go to Bleak Falls Barrow and do anything yet. But if I at least come in here, I can talk to the steward and we can go from there.
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgruck is not receiving visitors. Well, that explains why the guards let you in.
This, then?
Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak
So,
to you.
you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes? I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed up in this. What do you say now prevents us? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls? Against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If
The
that
Jarl of
dragon is
Falkland
lurking in the
will view
mountains.
that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough!
not...
I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done.
No!
Sought me out. Here. There is... Come, let's go find Farengar.
No, I want to get to him before he runs away.
I serve Jarl Balgruff as steward.
7,500! Wow!
For your visit to Dragon...
Okay, that's going to take a little bit of doing.
Farengar, I think I found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous... You see, one sure mark, but I began to search for go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber. A prospective student, are you? Well, I'm afraid I'm... Take a look.
Okay, since I'm here... Choking Grasp. A destruction spell. Absorb 8 points of health per second from a target for 3 seconds. I want to see what it does. Elemental Bolt. Okay, I might end up becoming an elemental. Yeah, it does seem like a Darth Vader type spell, doesn't it? I was going to buy Firebolt and Fire Rune, but we just got Elemental Flare and Elemental Bolt. If they are the equivalent of Firebolt and Flames, I might use them instead of Fire and Flames. I want fast healing. I'll grab Soul Trap, but I'm not sure how often I'm going to use it. Strangulation. That's the next level of it. Absorbs 16 points of health per second from a target for 3 seconds. I'm not going to grab that one just yet. It would be good if it lifted them up into the air while it did it. We'll see.
That reminds... Would you be so kind as to deliver the frost? Good. You're clearly better suited than I am to carry out such a menial task.
This is a priority now.
I don't remember if I have anything to disenchant, but if I do, let's get it out of the way. I don't.
Of course, Jarl Balgruff. You seem to have found me an able assistant.
Let's learn these spells. Now, we did get a level, didn't we? Very good. Magicka. Do we have enough destruction? We do. Dual casting. Engaged. I feel like I need to go somewhere to test out some of these new spells. I'm going to want... Favourite that. I might as well favour that. That and that. And that. Yeah, that'll do for the time being.
What is it, elf?
That's right. I'm a wood elf, aren't I? Wearing all this armor, you can't always remember what I am, what sort of character I am. Actually, you know what? I've never actually gone through here and seen what's in the Hall of the Dead in this city. Well, I think I've been into this room before, but what I haven't done is been down into their catacombs. Ouch, that is quite a spell, and it does, I think, a little bit of damage to me. Okay, so that's the flare, which I didn't actually check and see which one was bigger and which one was... So flare, an elemental explosion for 15 points of fire damage, 15 points of shock damage, and half as much damage to stamina. That's the novice spell. And then there's Elemental Bolt. An explosion for 20 points of fire, 20 points of shock, and half as much. So it's not really something to use up close. Flames is still better up close, by the looks of it. I don't remember seeing these ancient Nord maces before. I'm really not liking trying to loot with this, I must say. Might make that for the moment. I want that on, say, there. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to first person. Just feels a bit restrictive walking around in here in third person a lot of the time. Okay, so there wasn't much in here anyway. It's good to come down and have a look. Just a couple of skeletons. One of those unusual gems. Another door here. Some coin purses. Book. Gives me the block skill. I don't remember what that blessing does. Oh, increase my health. Yeah. Okay.
send you back to Riverwood.
Yes, House Call.
Do have some stuff to sell. Let's see what we can sell up here.
Sometimes I miss the soul. My Sapphire, he fed his entire family with the... I tracked it. I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you find it out in your travels, I'd be grateful to you.
Take a look.
Steel greatsword. Spent too much money already, though. I'll find one later.
Thank you very much for your release.
No, it doesn't look like Pelagia Farm is for sale, so... I don't know where this farm is going to be. I need to test out this spell. No, I think he's got to be closer than that. I mean, that works pretty well. But I'm liking the elemental bolt. Must say. Maybe that's the... Maybe one of those two are the ones for sale. Let's go and have a quick look. It didn't look like this building, though. That's just Chill Furrow Farm. There's no signs to indicate it's for sale. And that's Battleborn Farm. I might as well get this stuff while I can. What's in the barrel? Nothing. Nothing. Can't remember if there's anything in this farm that I want. Oh, it's cabbages. Yes, I can grab them. I mean, technically the Whiterun holdings cover a lot of area. You know, sort of in this area. So the farm could be anywhere out here, I suppose. Where am I going? I'm going over here to loot that farm. Yeah, let's head out this way and see if we can have a look. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll see the farm pop into view somewhere. Okay, it's not up there. That's a giant camp, I believe. As is that. Let's go up this tower here and have a look.
They say Ulfric stormed.
Excuse me, guys. You're not going to let me in the tower?
No lollygagging. Huh?
Okay, you're not going to let me into the tower. Fine. So far, I don't see anything. I was thinking it might have been somewhere down along this road as it winds its way into the hills there. But there's actually no signs of it yet in that direction either. How far do these elemental bolts fly? Pretty good distance. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. And maybe there is some other mission. Thought that was a crab. In fact, I was positive that's a crab. It is. Because it's blowing his corpse along. That flies quite a distance. Yeah, I'm not seeing any farms out here. I'm seeing strange flying deer or elk. But nothing else. Man, this is a powerful spell. Dual wielded, it's doing a lot of damage. I think this is my go-to spell for a while. Just have to be careful with it because I'm not going to be able to use it very much. Uses up a lot of magicka, but man, does it do some damage. Even a near miss is half killing these guys. These have been the one-handed versions of the spells because I've got so little magicka to use to What is that I'm seeing right there? It's hard to tell. It's just part of the breastworks. I wonder. Not doing a lot of damage. They don't look like they're really doing any damage to that. The spell that I'm using at the moment is Elemental Flare, and there's Elemental Bolt as well, which is just the more, it's the next level up, the more powerful version. And I can't even dual cast that. But you got to be so careful using that spell up close because it can kill you at the same time. Yeah, you can break those. In fact, you have to break these. If you're doing the Civil War quest line, there'll be barricades like this you've got to break down when you're storming castles and stuff. And it's a chest here. Do. Got him. Yes, a ward spell will help negate that damage, but that's a lot of damage to negate. This is a really, for its level, it's got to be the most powerful spell. Even though, like, so Flames is the comparable spell, and you have to hold it on the target to do damage. And in fact, doesn't matter whether it's Flames, Ice, or Sparks. I find that doing that sort of attack, where it's a staggered attack with the flames or sparks or ice, does more damage than just holding it on them. Because there seems to be a big burst of damage initially and then a small amount over time. Whereas if you do just that, you're getting that big burst multiple times, because the over the time is not quite as powerful. So when I'm using those sorts of spells, that's the way I tend to use them. But this thing, even just one-handed, when that hits, that's doing a lot more damage. It's got a large area of effect, and it's doing a lot more damage than just your average, you know, a comparable burst from, say, flames. Because as it says, it's doing, you know, elemental flare is doing 15 points of fire plus 15 points of shock plus it must be 7 points of stamina damage, whereas flames just does 8 points per second, and I don't really feel like it truly does 8 points per second. It seems like it does an initial burst, which might be more than 8 points, and then it feels like it does a little bit less per second after that. I could be wrong, but that's the way that spell always feels like to me. Which, as I said, is why I don't just hold it down and spam it. I instead cast it multiple times, because it seems to be more powerful that way. It seems to do more damage. So as an equivalent level spell, because that's what it is, they're both novice spells, this elemental one is way more powerful, and when you dual wield it, it makes it even more powerful again. I mean, Flames is made more powerful when you dual wield it as well. That's what dual wielding does. It doesn't just make it twice as powerful. I think it makes it like 3 or 4 times as powerful. Or maybe it's at least 2.5 times as powerful. Whatever it is, it's pretty significant. The problem with this elemental one is that you can damage yourself, because it's a projectile that explodes on contact. You can damage yourself if you cast it at someone who's right up in front of you. You will take damage from it as well, which is why going through a door like this, I'm better off with a sword in my hand in case there's someone waiting for me right here. And then what I can do is swap over and say, okay, I'm going to come up in here. And there's a guy. Wow, I don't know how I didn't take damage from that. Or that. They're obviously just far enough away. That's the problem with this spell. You've got to be ready for them quickly, because if they charge at you, you can get injured. Oh, too much. Okay. What am I going to drop? No. Drop. I need to leave here. I'm carrying too much. I need to come back and do this another time. Which is unfortunate. And I don't know which of the mods added those spells in. Do not have a clue. I'm really surprised, because you know, that can destroy, but this doesn't seem to be doing any significant damage. You know, that's 4 blasts, and it hasn't done a thing. in a few seconds. So there's something a little bit weird going on there. But I don't care. It does enough damage to opponents that I like it as a spell. Man, I'm tempted to blow those guys away. Damn Thalmor. But the thing was, I was looking for this other farm. And I sort of... Where are they going? Yeah, ward spell will definitely negate that damage, but it's doing a lot of damage, so you're going to need a pretty good ward spell. It might not negate all of it. Wow, that didn't kill the wolf. That did, though. Still no sign of farms. Okay, there should be a Whiterun farm around here somewhere. I don't know where it's hidden. Come back to Riverwood. What do I need for impact? I need 40. It's going to take a while.
The river, my sister can... Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
He's restocked. Hang on, did you have anything I wanted to buy?
Take a look.
No. Vagrant robes of minor conjuring. Okay. That's new. You have a little bit more that you can use to sell now. What else did I want to sell? Oh, that's right. Those. And that.
Till next time.
Hey, no fair! Get her stomped.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Right. Oh, hang on, there was some stuff that I wanted to make with leather, wasn't there? There was more of this stuff, the animal pack. Cork bulb root. Is there anything about the description of the animal collar? No. Or the animal pack? No. There's nothing in them that suggests how you tame the animals. I think it might be those cork bulb arrows. You've got to shoot them and kill them with those arrows, which basically knocks them out. I think, but I could be very wrong. I got Farengar's frost salts, so let's go and get that out of the way.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
You know what
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, you look rather... Oh, but I suppose you expect some compensation. Here. These potions should suffice. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Not really. Not at the moment. I'll come back and loot this place later. Let's, where's the other woman that has the quest that I often do? Originally pointed out to me by... So I've got his quest. St. Salvius pointed out there's another woman who hangs around who has a quest. Cannot see her. She's normally over in that market area, but she's not there at the moment.
Come on, Father. There's nothing more to be said here.
Actually, she might be in here.
Come on in.
can think about is my son.
Take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
The security in Whiterun is terrible. Shameful is what it is.
No. She's not here.
If it's worth
Well, I guess I can find her later. Let's come out to here. Normally I would come and do this, can't think of the name of it now, but that mission that dungeon just there, but I think I'll go and do Valthium Towers first because it's been requested, and in a way Valthium Towers is a safer place to keep my stuff than at Findles, because the one chest up in the top of Valthium Towers is actually a safe place to store stuff. Whereas the chest at Findles is not actually safe. Oh, it's you.
Oh, thank goodness. I was kidnapped. I managed to pick the lock and... Oh, thank... They're at Mistwatch. If you can stop them, you'll be a true hero.
Okay. That's the only thing that we're going to get here then. All right. Right. Oh, that one first blast got both of them. I fired a second because I thought it was going to be needed, but it was not. 2 wolves with 1 shot. Where'd the bodies go? There. And... there. Not too bad. I'm liking this spell. It's going to have to take a little bit of getting used to because you can singe your own eyeballs off with it, but I bet it'll be really good against dragons. If you can hit them with it. Which will be the big thing. Where's the necromancer? She's running back around, is she?
Going to enjoy killing you.
Ooh, Conjure Undying Ghost. Isn't that the one that I already know? Yeah. Okay, and sell that. Damn it, I was really hoping I'd be able to see this farm site in Whiterun from up here. I can't see anything. So, either it's in an area where I don't expect. Like, it could be further down that way, it could be up in the hills, up over there, beyond the mountain. It could be lots of places. Or it's one where you get access to the site and you've got to build it up over time. I don't know. Plenty of carrying capacity. Not a problem. So, Valthium Towers. Better not forget to save. He fell down. I think there's another one just there. Yep, he's dead. G'day, Saint Salvius. Another spell sword type of character at the moment. And Creation Club has given us a pretty OP spell at the moment. Oops. That spell right there. Elemental Blast, it's called. And it's only a novice spell, but it's part fireball, part electrical bolt. And also does stamina damage. Damn it, I missed him. And I've got the new iron plate armor on at the moment, which is very nice. Okay. What have you got? We'll take it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And this new spell, there's actually a few new spells. The other one, let me show you a couple of them that I've found so far. Choking Grasp, which steals life from them. So that's a novice, and there's also an apprentice version of it. Elemental Flare, which does 15 points of... An Elemental Explosion, which does 15 points of fire, 15 points of shock, and half as much stamina. And then you've got Bolt, which does 20 points of fire and 20 points of shock and half as much stamina. They are quite good. So dual class, what I'm doing at the moment is either single or dual casting Elemental Flare, which is only the novice spell, and it's just blowing things away. It is so powerful. But it does use up a lot of magicka, and you don't want them to get too close because it's a pretty big explosion. It's hard to tell. The first couple of times I used it, it seemed like... Oh, I got a fishing hat. The first couple of times I used it, it seemed like I was getting damaged when I was casting it because they were getting too close. But I don't know if it was because... Oh, a full set of fishing clothes. Wonderful. I don't know if the reason I was getting damaged was because they were attacking me because they were getting in so close, or because the spell was going off right in my face and I was getting damaged by it. Either way, it's not, you know, it's not quite as good up close as something like Flames or Sparks is, but it is a pretty damn good spell, all things considered. Speaking of which, I sort of feel... No, I'll go to 150 magicka before I start bumping some health. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to get the next stuff I want there. I'm actually thinking of taking the next level of smithing so that I can start making steel stuff. Rather than putting any more points into two-handed, which I could do. I could put my second point in there. But I think smithing for now is a good idea. So let's get steel smithing going. That's right, we did that already. What's in the chest? There's the sword we were looking for. Brawler's braces. Very nice. So we're going to use that chest in a minute to store all of our stuff. We'll take it from Bindle's place, and we'll store it all in here. Speaking of which, let's put... no, let's store that. And that. That. And there's this new Conjure Undying Ghost spell, which is quite an interesting conjuration because it uses up all of your magicka to cast it, and then depending on how much magicka it used depends on how powerful the ghost will be. Okay. Oh, actually I can go right from here. Let's go back to Riverwood. No, I want to sell most of this stuff first, don't I?
The river. My sister can take a look.
Damn it, he hasn't reset yet.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. I better get back to cleaning the store.
No, I haven't tried survival mode. Not recently, anyway. I doubt that it's changed too much, though, from what it previously was. Might have, but I don't really know. Let's go and see. I do have a whole heap of stuff I want to sell, but if I can grab... Damn it, I've only got one iron ingot. That might be a problem. Got plenty of steel, though. Well, actually, that's not going to be enough steel for what I want. Can I make... What can I make is the big thing. Can't make the greatsword. I'm one iron ingot short. And then there's steel soldier armor. It's not much better than the current steel armor that you can get.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Someone please help. A group of necromancers are experimenting with conjuring zombies using ancient, dangerous magic, which I fear will have unintended and irreversible consequences. I was expelled from their studies as their ambitions grew into folly against my warnings. They're performing a ritual to summon a large group of those foul, uncontrollable creatures as we speak in the southernmost area of Skyrim, and they must be stopped before it's too late. That's it. No. I mean, southern areas of Skyrim, are they talking round here near Riften, or round here, or what? Because, like, could be even be Helgen. Does it have... It does. It's down here south of Helgen. Okay. Oh, I know where that'll be. Yes, I know where that'll be. Yeah, I'm liking some of the new armors that I've seen so far. There'll be quite a few.
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Iron ingots. Did you have any iron ingots? You didn't. Well, that's not a problem, because what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Tundra Homestead, because even though I don't own this place yet, I can still use the stuff outside here. And so, what we're going to do is, I've got a whole bunch of iron ore on me, don't I? No, I don't. I left most of it at home. I'm going to need more than that, damn it. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. I don't have enough steel to really... Oh, I forgot there was some more stuff in there. Oh, and some more iron ore in the bucket. Well, there you go. That was just carrots. That's empty, and that's empty. Okay. So I can make a steel greatsword now. But I want to try and make as much of this as I can. I'm missing one steel ingot, damn it. Yeah, I got all the ore that was around here, I think. I don't think there's any more corundium around here. Is there? No, damn it. I mean, I could go into Whiterun and buy some more steel. Maybe.
We've got small weapons as well as... Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
He doesn't have any steel. God damn it.
Good doing business with you.
What are we at? 77 at the moment. 82 without the helmet. And not improved yet.
Like maybe you need a new weapon.
Oh, and I've got a new weapon. Oh, no, I haven't. I didn't make it then. And I get up to Buggerlugs before he goes for the night. So, when you've got Skyrim Special Edition, there is, you don't have to buy the full Anniversary Edition. You can, but there is just an add-on that you can buy, which gives you the Anniversary Edition on top of your existing Special Edition. So that's what I did. It cost me 20-something Australian.
Gods be praised.
And that's what I want. All of that. And it gave me too much to... I can sell some stuff. And it basically just gave me all of the Creation Club content. So let me sell some of this stuff. Oh, I don't remember picking that up.
Done?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend doing. I'm going to be right back. Hang on a sec. Okay. Do I still have What's-His-Face's sword? I do. Let's go and give that back to him. There he is.
You tried murder? You found it! Thank you. Here, my father had a favorite sword and shield technique. Let me teach it to you, in honor of his memory.
Thank you very much. Got a few things I can sell here, so I might as well do that. Was there anything I had to... No, I've done that already. I did that already. Okay.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. Everything's... Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Right, so let's just quickly go back to here. So we want to make steel soldier's helmet. And then I want a steel greatsword. And then I want to upgrade the greatsword. And then how much of this armor can we upgrade? Wonderful. I haven't put the helmet on yet. Let's do that. How do we look? Yeah, not bad. I don't know if I like the helmet, but the rest of it doesn't look too bad. Okay. So this house, you have to go to the steward in Dragon's Reach, and it costs you 7.5 grand. So I cannot quite afford that yet. But what I am going to do is travel to Helgen. Go and see if I can find where these zombies are coming from. I have no idea whether I'm going to be too low a level to do this, but I would not think that the game would... There we go. I wouldn't have thought the game would have given me the quest if I wasn't ready for it. That was a spider there for a minute. This is not leading me the way I need to go. So I think what I'm supposed to do... Yeah, co-op would be interesting, definitely. I think this is the direction I'm supposed to be heading in. Around the back of the fort. Isn't there a trail? Well, sort of feels like there should have been a trail back up this way somewhere. You a bad guy? Who are you?
Yes?
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
What the hell? Who was that, and how did he kill me so quickly? He was just a guy called Brandish. Was he one of the guys from the... He didn't show up as bad at all. He didn't show up as... Hang on, where am I going? I need to be going over this way. He didn't show up as bad guy at all. Actually, is there a way from this path to get over to there? Maybe this will be the better way to go. And I'm unsure... Oh, no, this is where I wanted to be. I'm unsure about mods at the moment until... Because, like, when I first started the game, after it updated, the very first thing I had a problem with was the SKSE, whatever it's called, the script extender thing. I had to completely disable it because it had no clue what was going on. Oh, we're getting it. There's proof that, that's proof that wards do protect against this spell. They don't do a huge amount. I mean, they do, they can negate everything. But, yeah. Where was the entrance there they were coming out of? Oh, he jumped down just in the nick of time. The other guy, right there. Didn't really want to take on this fort, but oh well. It's done now. I don't know if I've seen mobs jumping down before. I don't feel like it's that different from normal, but maybe it is. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go from here to get to where I'm going. I sort of think I know the area where the zombies are supposed to be, but I can't remember how you actually get to it. Because it's up in there. But I don't see any trails going off to the sort of east. So I guess we've got to go this way and go around and come back. Let's quick save now that we've got through all of that. No more sign of that guy that nuked me just before. Doesn't mean he's not around. This is an area of Skyrim that I really haven't been around very much. I think I've been here once or twice before. This area up beyond Elgin. I don't know who that was I just blew up, but the fact that I was able to take out the Flame Atronach and the Witch at the same time was probably a good thing. At least it feels that way at the moment. I felt like it was this area down here. That thing down there was where I thought the undead were going to be. But it looks like they're back this way. Very bright. Still got a way to go on the map. G'day, Jimmy. I'm doing some quest about zombies. So I'm assuming it's from that, the new Creation Club zombie thing. I don't recall the name of it, but... Love that spell. Let's try left-handed for once. Okay. I just made a steel greatsword. Don't know what I need this mort flesh for. Okay, more zombies inbound. I need some space. What am I stuck on? Rocks. Okay, so that was... yeah, that was not fun. Too much to carry. What the hell am I carrying then? Oh, okay. Why did I not get rid of all... where did I get fire salts and firewood from? Drop that. Drop that for the moment. That's garbage, as is that and that. Thought I sold all of this. I don't know that I want the mort flesh, to be honest. I don't want the rabbit haunch. You're empty. You've only got mort flesh. You're empty. Silver. Oh, I don't have my pickaxe here. It's not fair. Uh-huh. Apprentice Necromancer, Necromage. Investigate the ritual site. Read the Necromancer's journal. Discovered an ancient tome. Deciphering several weeks. Blah, blah, blah. Undead zombie. Create an even more powerful version of spell. Molag Bal. Perform a ritual. Time is at hand. Ooh. Conjuration increase. Once again, I'm carrying too much. Eye of Sabercat, Wargraven Feathers, more Conjure Zombie. So have I finished that quest now or not? Yes, I have. Okay. How about we report you oops, sorry. Sorry, just wanted to report that account. And we're going to block them. Very good. Yeah, zombies in Skyrim. Who would have thought of it, eh? What is that? Iron War Axe. As long as it doesn't become a regular thing. Because you know, some people who know me know that I'm just a little bit over the whole zombie thing in general. Even though there are some zombie games like 7 Days to Die that I actually do like. I just feel, in general, the whole zombie trope has been done to death. I don't need that custom destination anymore, thank you. So I think we'll go back to Riverwood, sell what we can, maybe even go back to... maybe even go back... and maybe even go and take some stuff to... what's her name? Need to move houses, basically.
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Other level. Well, I mean, these zombies, they come in, they swarmed a little bit, which was, you know, a little bit annoying, but a few spells later and they were all dead and there was nothing to worry about. How much stuff am I still carrying? I've got, I can sell that. I mean, I'm going to learn the spell just because I want to learn whatever spells I find, but I'm not going to conjure any zombies, that's for sure. Let's...
My sister, some may call this
please tell me...
I call them
yes, you have restocked. Get rid of that. Get rid of those, get rid of that. I don't want that, or that, or that. Don't need that. Sell one of those. Don't need that. Keep that, keep that. Sell that and that. Those two. And that.
I better get back to cleaning the store.
What a mess. Yeah, see, I like 7 Days to Die. I mean, I'm waiting for the next... for Alpha 20 to come out, and then I'll probably play it for a bit. But I don't like it as much as I like Skyrim is the thing. Actually, you know what? Let's put those away, and those, and those. That and those and that. Those, and that away. And then out of here, let's grab everything we can disenchant. That. Not sure about that, but we'll give it a try. Right, let's go and disenchant all of this. To my knowledge, no, Anniversary Edition does not have any texture or graphics updates. All it has is all of the Creation Club content and all of the DLC. But the Creation Club content is quite a bit.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow.
Barangar, shut up.
Is a priority, remember?
Don't start with me, man. Thank you. Okay. So, by the way, this armor is a new armor set. This is the Iron Soldier. Sorry, this is the Steel Soldier armor. I was playing before that with the Iron Plate armor, which was a new set of armor as well. I've since sold it, so I can't show that off. I should have kept it, actually. Yes, there's fishing. Yeah, I'm not impressed with the fishing, but it's something different to do. There's lots of things. I went and showed them all off about an hour or so ago in the Creation Club, so I'm not going to do that again. Let's see here. I managed to disenchant everything that I could. I got some stuff I can sell, so let's do that. Actually, I should have sold some of that stuff to Farengar, shouldn't I?
What's the matter? You can't stand the sight of a strong Nord woman?
I got no problem with strong Nord women. Thank you very much. I was actually looking for the woman that's usually in the markets. Ah, there we go. This one here who gives me the other quest.
Once I've made enough money, trade... Before... I met one of the caravan leaders. You do that? If you find one, I could teach you a thing or two about trade. Help you get a fair bargain.
Got something for just about...
Yeah, fishing would be good if you're doing survival mode. There's no doubt about it.
Everything's for sale. Some may call
And the cooked fish do restore health, like other foods do. So you can cook the fish now. And it looks like you cook them whole, not like you do with salmon, where you get the salmon fillets and cook those. Because I found on some bandit I killed before, I found a fish, a cooked fish of some sort. The problem is you don't always find fish when you cook. When you're fishing, I pulled out an iron mace and a mug. You know, what do they call it? No, it wasn't the goblet. A tankard. I found an iron mace and a tankard when I was fishing at one point. So, you know. Actually.
trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. do
Do I have anything to drop off? No, I don't. Okay, so let's... What am I doing? Let's go here to Riverwood. Yeah, you can only fish at pre-chosen spots, and there are like boxes of bait sitting on the river edge. I mean, one of the places was inside Embershard Mine. That's where I pulled out the... Actually, I'm surprised there isn't something somewhere here in the village, to be honest. Along the river. It feels like there should be a fishing spot, either just down along there, because there is that little fishing rack, or somewhere around this headland here. It sort of feels like they should have made a fishing spot. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is a fishing spot right here. Right? So you see the buckets with fishing supplies. There's a book that talks about fishing, and then there's a fishing rod. So you grab the fishing rod, you equip it, and then you E to use the fishing supplies, and it goes into this little fishing mini game. And you wait. That's not ready. That's not ready. That's not ready. That's ready. And then you use E to pull in your catch. And I got a River Betty. And you just keep doing that. I have a level up, so let's apply that first. Magicka again. One more. There we go. Destruction. Can't do any more in that. I could put a point into enchanting. But I think for now, let's put another point into two-hander. Right, since I'm still right near all the fishing supplies, I just have to hit E at any time, and I've got still got the rod in my hand. And so you just wait until the rod has the really big sort of bend in it. That's when you push E. If you do it any sooner, you don't get the fish. And I got a carp. That's enough of that. We'll go and sell those fish, I think, and then we'll grab some more stuff out of Findel's chest and go and drop it in Valtheme Towers for the time being. Until we can afford a better house. Yeah, so you do need salt pile to cook the fish. Rightio. But you can just cook them straight up. So, whatever the other one was that I had, I thought it was spadefish. Anyway, whatever it is.
My sister can take a look.
Oh, it was the River Betty. Okay, maybe you can't sorry. Maybe you can't cook them because they are alchemical ingredients. Orisi, what you get is all of the existing Creation Club content, all 55 modules or mods and another 20 odd. So there is actually quite a lot of content. No new graphics, no improved graphics or anything, but for example, that's one of the new armor mods. That's the Steel Soldier armor. All right, I've already been using, I've previously thrown it away, but I already had the iron plate armor. So there's, I don't know, there's got to be about 10 or 20, no, probably about 20 different armor mods. Maybe not 20. There's a lot of armor mods. There's several new weapons, specialized weapons with quests associated with them. I just did a quest that had zombies. There's horse armor, there's fishing, there's survival. There's a lot in it. There's animal pets, so this animal collar and this animal pack are part of the animal pets. I don't know how you get the animals to be a pet just yet, but you can turn some animals into pets. Thanks for the follow, One Goblin. Is it worth throwing 20 bucks at? Yes, because normally you have to pay money to get the points to buy the Creation Club content. I already had about 4 or 5 of the Creation Club items, but I probably spent about 20 bucks to get those 4 or 5 Creation Club items. So you're getting a lot. Okay, Goblin, I will stretch, and I just hydrated. Does that count? I don't want to drink too much. I will take another swig. But, put it this way, all of the Creation Club content that you're getting is worth way more than the 20 bucks at the previous pricing of Creation Club content. Having said that, there is some stuff there that I will never be using out of the Creation Club content. For example, I'm really not into assassins and thieves and necromancy and any of that evil sort of stuff, right? So there is a vampire house, there is a thieves house, there is an assassin's house. There's a lot of stuff and there's a necromancer's house and all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that you're getting that is very specialized for certain purposes. And you don't have to be a thief or a necromancer to use them.
Good to see a familiar face so far. Oh.
Yes, so you don't have to be a necromancer to use the necromancer's house, for example. But there is a lot of stuff there, and I don't think I will end up using all of it or experimenting with all of it. There's some weapons in the weapons packs that are really designed for those that are going for a more evil sort of play style. Oh, Hilgrun's Tomb. I wonder what that is. Is there a quest associated with that? No. Hilgrun's Tomb just suddenly appeared on the map for me. Anyway, we're going to Volthium's Tower. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, Reese, about, Todd Howard and Bethesda and how they're doing things. I don't mind it, the way they've done it. It gives me a chance to play with all of the Creation Club content. Because, it's not just that they released all of the Creation Club content. They also released 20-odd modules, 20 or 25 modules or 27 or something like that. There's a certain number of modules that they released that had not been released previously at all. So, yeah, I quite liked that. But, there are other games. Someone else in the chat just earlier was saying that Kingdoms of Amalur has new DLC content coming soon as well, and that game is almost as old as Skyrim is. It was released the year after Skyrim, so, not everybody, it's not just Bethesda and Todd Howard that are, cashing in all the time. There are a lot of other game companies that do it as well. And if you've got a game like this, like Skyrim, like Kingdoms of Amalur, that even after 10 years is still being used and played as much as these games are, I really don't have too much of a problem with them releasing new content. Yes, I would like there to have been a little bit more new content, in that, you know, there was only about a third of the content that was released was completely new, but there's still a lot there. I mean, you know, I started up the game after I threw my $20 at it, and it spent about an hour downloading all of the modules. Anyway, pickaxe away, potatoes away. Well, there was some effort put into this. I will say that. The biggest... Okay, I'll show this. The biggest effort that I see, and I mean, it wasn't... This isn't super amounts of effort, right? But let's just come out to the main menu. Now, I think I've shown this off before, but previously, every time I went into the Creation Club, there was problems. Every time. And there still is. Okay, so they haven't completely fixed everything. Today and yesterday, when I went into the Creation Club, I could see everything properly. Every image was loading correctly. There weren't any problems. There is now. It's probably because it's getting hit harder than it's ever been hit before. The Creation Club websites, you know, the stuff around it. But yeah, it felt like they at least put some effort into making it work. Where for me, the Creation Club stuff never worked properly over the last several months that I've been actively playing Skyrim. It was enough that I could buy a couple of mods that were in there, and that was it. A lot of the time it was just severely broken. I don't know. Hilgrun's Tomb is here. I think I'm going to have to see what this Hilgrun's Tomb is all about. It's something new. I've never heard of it before. It's never appeared on my map before. I have an itchy nose, so it must be something good. I should get myself a horse and get him some armor as well. But at the moment, I'm sort of trying to save up money so I can buy that house at Whiterun and see what it's like, but it's very expensive. 7.5 grand for the house. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, there's a new. I'm using a new spell. It's a novice spell, so first level spell, that basically does 15 points fire damage and 15 points electrical damage and 7 points stamina damage to anything in the radius of that explosion. And the next version of the spell, the next one up, does 20 points of each of those three. And of course, the dual-wielded version is even better. I like it. It's a nice spell. There's another spell called Choking Grasp, which causes your enemies to... I don't have my pickaxe on me. Causes your enemies to suffocate. A bit like a Darth Vader sort of death pinch, I suppose. This looks like the entrance to the tomb. I don't know if this is new or not. Feels like it is. I don't recall it ever being here before. Let's quick save. Gonna be in here, I wonder.
Ah! Oh, Kain, you startled me. There's a necromancer around here, so watch yourself. Can you help me? He's in the tomb doing gods know what with my dead relatives. Val's Baron. My family has never really seen eye to eye with him, and he has finally gone off the deep end. He's gone in to defile our family tomb by using our ancestors for his filthy dark elf necromancy. My aunt went in after him, but she hasn't come out yet, and I don't think I can take him by myself. Great. I'll unlock the door and meet you inside. Then you can lead the way.
Right, I'll take that healing potion then. Love that spell. There's also some new weapons. Ancient Nord Warhammers. I haven't seen those on Draugr before. And there's ancient maces, which I haven't seen them using before. They usually just have ancient axes and ancient what's the names? Swords. I thought the guy was coming in with me. Doesn't look like it. if this is an old quest, it may have been linked in to the zombie quest or something. So I'm trying to work out why this was added. And it might have been that the zombie quest just leads naturally into this one. I don't know. If it is, I've never done this one before. So it's something a little bit new to me. None of that stuff is worth picking up. What do we got? Looks like his aunt is dead. I don't even know why I want the corundium ingot, to be honest. I thought that was going to be the side room and this was going to lead. Oh, barred from the other side. Ah, okay, a guard might have mentioned it. Well, okay. I don't know that I've ever seen it before, though. That's the odd thing. But this is cool. That's fine. Probably isn't new, but it's new to me. You got. I'm not going to take any more of those ancient Nord warhammers. They're not that good. They're incredibly, like all of the Nord, all of the ancient stuff, it's garbage, really. Oh. Hello there. Oh, there's more of you. Very powerful spell. I love it. And to think that it's a whoops. To think that it's a novice spell too. It can only get more powerful when you go to the higher versions of it, which I've already got. But I don't think I can dual wield it yet. I don't even think I can single. I can single it. Yeah, I can't dual wield it. Maybe I can when I get back to full. I can, but it uses up every bit of magicka I've got. I don't want that iron armor. Here. No. Well, I don't know if you can be hit by the blast or not. I was saying earlier, I felt like the first couple of times I used the spell, and partly because my opponents seemed to get very close to me, I was getting damaged. So maybe if they're right in front, I should try it. If they're right in front of me, maybe I can get damaged by it, but it's hard to tell. Shouldn't have taken those hide braces. In that, yep, take all of that. Ah, the Brawler's Iron Gauntlets. Let's take those. The one thing that makes me feel like this is new content is that I have never seen in any other dungeon done here Draugr packed into these holes like this. I've never seen it before. I've seen them placed into these ones, but I've always seen, you know, these holes have been around, but they've always been empty. I've never, ever seen anything packed into those holes before. Okay. What? Come on then. Spider time. No, okay, nothing else to be. What is that? Iron Mace of Scorching. that case, let's level up. Let's get some health this time. Do we have enough in destruction? No, we don't. Man, it's taken a long time to get that destruction up, despite the amount I'm using it. So here's the new ancient Nordic mace. The one there. I do that one? I did. Another thing that makes it seem like this is something new is these. I have never seen these laid out like this before. So that's a dragon. That's a bear, and there's a chain next to that one. Those snake ones I've seen before, but haven't seen that before, haven't seen that one before, or that. Not on those sorts of one laid out in these areas like this. So, it's very odd. Can I search this guy? No. When you get further on, there are some special moves that you can do as the final move. You don't really have control over them. So, for example, here in the two-handed tree, devastating blow, standing power attacks have a chance to decapitate enemies. So there is a way to do it. You just do a power attack, but it only works if they are the last enemy alive. So if there's a group of enemies attacking, or if only one comes at you, and you do a power attack as the last thing that you do, then the power attack has a chance to decapitate them. I feel like what's going to happen is I'm going to go up these stairs. I'm going to get to the top. A dragger is going to come out of each one of those, and then every one of these that's closed off is going to open up, and dragger's going to pop out of each one of them as well. Oh no. After I talk to this guy.
Careful with those flames, unless you plan on torching something.
Neat.
Damn it, I was just about to heal. Be right back. I get a hit in on this guy early. Where is he? Damn it. Finally! Is that it? That is it. Pilgrim's Tomb Crypt Key. Well, I was right about all these things opening up and Draga coming out, so that was nice. I did get that, didn't I? Okay, let's search all of these guys for anything.
Antagna. Talos. Why didn't I go in with her?
How can I hear that? She was way back that way somewhere. He should not be close enough for me to hear that. And another ash pile there. Potion of strength. Where are you? What are you mumbling about?
This looks like the area Agna told me about. She's that the bear would show the way. Thank you for your help with vows. Please take this. Thank you for your help with vows. Please take this and leave me to see to Antagna and my other family members. Need something? Mm-hmm.
Spirit chest, and I've only got... Oh. Last time it wouldn't open. A Welkin stone. That brings back memories of Oblivion. Excuse me, emergency mute. Nice, it didn't blow all this oil up. And I don't know how I missed this room. So for some reason, the energy bolt, even though it technically does fire and lightning, it doesn't light up. those pools of oil like fire does. Very strange. Not going to complain though. Just going to make my way out. And that was a fun little trip. Like I said, whether it's new or not, I don't know, don't care. It was new to me. Let's fast travel back to Volthium Towers and see if there's anything I need to drop off there. How are we doing money-wise? Completely restore magicka. Well, I'm going to keep that on me. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't buy the anniversary edition. I bought the DLC. I don't know exactly what it was. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can work it out. Let's save. And let's exit. No, we want to go to desktop. So I acquired the DLC here. So this was the Anniversary Edition DLC, or the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Anniversary Upgrade. Yep. Okay, so you just play the game, and the very first time the game starts, it just downloads all of the Creation Club content. It just says, it comes up with something on the screen that says downloading, and then it just starts. It lists each one as it goes, and it downloads each of the Creation Club content. The only thing that you may find is that if you had the Skyrim Special Edition script extender thing set up, so this thing, Skyrim Special Edition 64 loader, if you have that set up, you'll need to delete those files, or what I did was, because normally they sit here in the root next to the Skyrim exe. I just took those files and put them in a subfolder for now, because the version that I have for this is no longer compatible with the current version of Skyrim. So I just read the README, and at the bottom it's got some stuff about uninstalling. How do I uninstall? Delete the DLL and exe that start with that from your Skyrim folder. So all I did was I moved all of these files that start with SKSE64, put them in a subfolder, start the game, it starts as per normal. Well, it starts as per the old normal. So it pops up this launcher. Pops up this launcher. And then I now go play. But once you have that Skyrim Special Edition extender mod, whatever it was, thing that I was just talking about, it no longer pops this up. So you just go play. It comes in, and the first time, before it even really gets to... It goes through this, and then it sort of gets to this page, but you don't see this. It then pops up something in the middle of the screen and says downloading updates or something, and just starts downloading all the Creation Club content. If it doesn't do that, my recommendation would be to go into Creation Club, which hopefully works for you. Last time I tried to go into Creation Club, it failed. But go into Creation Club, and there is a download all option in here. Right there. And I would try clicking on that and let it download everything and see if that works. But I didn't need to do that. As I said, it basically got to here and said downloads and just started downloading it all. Let me go. Oh. So we've got a fair bit of stuff to sell here, don't we? Yep, we do. We got lots and a few things to disenchant. Okay. Part of me is tempted. Part of me is very tempted to go and get Mere Watch, only because it's free and it's got everything I'm going to need. But I really want to get this house. It just costs so much. Maybe I should come over here and see what this Runoff Caverns is all about, whether that's a house. Because I know that, like, there's a couple of houses I really want to have a look at. This is one. There's supposed to be a farm around Whiterun somewhere, but so far I have yet to find it. And the other one, the one that I really want, yeah, there is a lot to download. There's 70 odd, like, it's like 75 or 77 Creation Club items in the DLC that you get. So there's a lot to download. As I said, I think it took me about an hour to get it all. It'll depend on your connection. As I was saying, there's one thing I really want to find, and that is the Dwemer house. There is a dwarven house somewhere that you can get in the game. I sort of assumed it's either going to be this Champion's Rest thing over here, or it's going to be somewhere along this area here, because there are a lot of Dwemer ruins along here, or it's going to be over in Markarth somewhere around this area. That was my assumption as to where it's going to be. It could also be this Runoff Caverns. I don't know. But I'm tempted. I really want a good house. And I don't know that I want to sit around and wait for it forever in a day. So I'm not sure what to do at the moment. I could. I mean, using Volthium Towers is fine for now, but it's not the best. As I said, I could grab that as a temporary house. It's pretty easy to get, because all I have to do is travel to Morthal and then just walk over, kill a bug that I can never remember the name of. It's a little bit annoying, and then I've got it. The other thing that I'm tempted to do is come over here and get the Dragon Knight armor from over there, because I'm sort of assuming it's going to be better than what I've currently got. So let's do this. Let's come over to Whiterun. I didn't really want to come to here. So let's go to the stables. Actually, no. I'm here, and it's not that late in the day. Let's sell stuff.
got small weapons as well. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Good doing business.
The other thing I was thinking of earlier that I should do is come and do this place here because, and in fact, that's going to be the next thing I do. It's got to be, because there's a very important piece of equipment I can get there, and that is the gauntlets that improve your two-handed ability. I can then disenchant that, and I can put that enchantment on boots and gauntlets, and maybe on rings,
Oh, a bit of this.
and really boost up my two-handed ability easily. Let's sell all of that. Let's sell that and that. Nord media, that, and all of those. Do you have any? Still not many good healing potions. So that's nice to know. How am I doing? Yep, that's stuff that I'm going to break down. I'm going to disenchant at some point. Let's go up and do that right away so that I don't forget.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to the Proventus.
You must help me. We need to convince brother to do for the war effort.
What would you have me do, Hrongar? Your brother is the Jarl. You know I can't question his judgment.
I'm not asking you to defy the law. Just open his eyes.
Couple more things I can sell. All the shops close.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Everything. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
That'll do. Okay. Let's get these.
Come by Belethor's shop.
Yeah, I've just been in Belethor's shop. Thank you very much. Wonder Boy. So, what was the name of that? Ilgrin's Tomb. I'm curious. That would be... I would have thought that was either Whiterun. Oh yeah, Hilgrin's Tomb is an original. There you go. I'd just never seen it before. There's a chest on top of the tomb. Well, there you go. I missed it. Anyway, enough of that. We're heading up here. I guess it's, you can't always, even people who've played this game a lot longer than I have still find new things in games. Someone was saying the other day, one of the videos I had that was showing Dungeons and Dragons Online, and I was leveling up my character, and I showed how there's these panels with all the different there are panels with all of the different types of skills in them, and I dragged one and moved it around, and this person did not notice that in playing the game, he said he'd played it for years and he didn't realize that you could do that. Always learn something new. That's what I like about everything. Every day, any day I learn something new is a good thing. And today I learned about Hilgrim's Tomb being a quest that I had never heard of before. How do you quit your game? Well, there's multiple ways that you can quit your game. You can probably Alt F4 it. You can go into the menus and go quit.
Who's there? Rodolphe? That you?
Yep.
Boss was looking for you, said it'd be up.
That's good, because I want his braces. Yes, there is. You go down, you go over to System, and you scroll down, and there's Quit. It's pretty simple, me time. Ooh, fine leather backpack. With a bedroll, no less. No. First person down this hall. Do-do-do-do-do. I was just waiting for my magicka to come back. That's the one problem with explosive spells. They shower stuff everywhere. Blew half the stuff that I wanted to pick up across the room.
You think it'd work?
Of course not. Dogs I control. But a half-starved wolf, not a chance. Someone
You're nothing. You're Endron.
Oh, I thought there'd be one more. Okay. Don't think I want any of that. Mostly all junk. Yep, junk. Yeah, we definitely want tomatoes though. Got to keep the old. Actually, how am I doing for vegetable soup? Only 3. I need to make some more up. Okay, here we go. Actually, let's give him a double blast of this. Didn't do as much damage as I expected. Right. What's in the chest? What the hell is a flawed Vala stone? Well, there's more than one potion there normally. Okay, and there's the Iron Hand gauntlets. Definitely what I want. I'll take that as well. That's just an iron warhammer, not worth the pixels it's displayed on. What was I thinking I needed to do? I mean, I know I need to come up here to Dragon Reach and disenchant those gauntlets. That's step one.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow.
Yeah, you thought that 10 minutes ago as well. That's what I want. Oh, goody! I can get the next... I can get Apprentice Destruction. I might start using the next level of the elemental spell now. I feel like I should have put some points into enchantments there, but anyway. What I need to do now is I need to get some filled soul gems so that I can start enchanting stuff. Let's come back to the towers. What I will do for the moment, I haven't been using Choking Gasp, so I'm going to make Elemental Bolt number 4. So that means that is... yeah, that's not too bad. If I want to do the full version, it takes about half of my magicka. Okay. That's cool, because that does significantly more damage than the original. Okie dokie. Oh, excuse me. I've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. Come on, Tony, get with it. Right, do I have anything I want to put away first? I don't know what that is, and it says empty. Is that like a soul gem? That's what I wanted to do. I want to make more vegetable soup. So, I want to take 7 cabbages. Yeah, I know it's something to do with... it was something in Oblivion, but the fact that it's currently empty, I wonder if it works like a soul gem. So what I'm going to do, I do have Soul Trap as a spell. If I put that on, say, my 5 slot, we will go. I don't have any other soul gems except for that on me. Well, the Welkin stone that I've got restores magicka to full. I'm wondering what this one does. And the fact that it says empty suggests that it's like a soul gem. It says empty if it hasn't been filled. So I'm curious to see if that flawed Vala stone works like a soul gem. And maybe it works like a reusable soul gem. I don't know. Oh, by the way, there is now the ability to create poisoned green and red apples. As if you would want to do that. I don't know why you would want to do that. The only thing I can think of it would be useful for is reverse pickpocketing. That's it. That's all I can think of. Unless there is a quest where you have to give a poisoned apple to somebody. Somehow I have more cabbages than I expected to have, but I've got my 10 vegetable soup. Let's go to the Whiterun stables. And actually, while I think of it then, not close enough. I mean, sure, I could try and sneak closer. And then the next time I want to use it, I don't have enough magic. Guess I could try a soul trap on a mud crab. It's going to be a pretty crappy soul. Not that the deer are much better. says soul captured. Lord Vala soul filled with a petty soul gem. I wonder what happens now if I try and use that to enchant something. Whether that uses up the Vala or whether I keep the Lord Stone. Well, yeah, that's going to be the next thing, I think. I think what I'll do... Let's come into Dragonreach and I'll just enchant anything. Like, I think I've got a spare weapon or something here, don't I? Yeah, look, I'll enchant this Iron Dagger and see what happens. If the stone stays around and doesn't get used up... I mean, if the stone gets used up, it's a bit of a waste of the Vala stone, to be honest. But if I take that dagger and I put, say, fire damage on it, yep, whatever, and then I go flawed Vala stone, craft, yes. Do I still have a flawed Vala stone? I do! Now it gets interesting. Because now I have to find out what size soul I can put into that. And you're right. The obvious is, can I put a human soul in it? Yeah, actually, go to there. Was kind of hoping one of them would get stuck back here. But who is this guy? Is he this bad guy that hit me before?
I'm on a pilgrimage to the shrine
you're
of
you.
Azure, the goddess of twilight, if you'll excuse me. In the mountains to the northeast.
Actually, I haven't been over here when there's been the fight either.
Time to end this little game.
What? I got a bounty? Note to self. Don't use that spell around guards. Yeah, I blasted the guards with my new spell. I didn't mean to blast the guard, I meant to just blast the bandit. So I think instead I'll go for this bandit cave out here. What the hell? Damn it! Why did they attack me? I haven't done anything against the Thalmor yet. See if they'll do it again. They are. They're going to do it again. I thought I hit one of them with my spell. Where's the other one, the cowardly bastard? I need more magicka. And a bit more health. Bet you I didn't kill him soon enough. Justice execution order. I wonder if they're trying to execute me now. Let's have a look. Wood elf named Gaza. He's an enemy to the Thalmor. Well, there you go. Where's the other dead ones? I've got to scavenge their bodies as well. I'm still not sure if I have if this Vala stone works with humans or not. No soul gem large enough. Okay, they cannot take human souls. That's good in a way because it would be a little cheaty if it was that easy. The new mission. I recognise that. Yeah, I don't know if there's only going to be one. Yes, I don't want the spigot. Let's drop that. Okay. Save the game. Open the chest that's going to bring the other guys to us. Rightio. I can't take this horse, can I? Because it considers it stolen. Yeah. I got a lot of stuff to sell, so let's head into town. No. Let's do this. Let's go to Whiterun.
I can take you to... Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off.
No, I didn't want to go to Dawnstar.
My carriage...
Thankfully.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go to Markarth.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Ever been to Markarth? Some say it was built by the dwarves. I don't believe a word of it though.
How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? I do have sparks, don't I? Because I find that when you come in here and if you want to kill this guy at the start of this, the easiest way, bows are no good, melee weapons are no good because you can't get to him fast enough. You have to use a spell from a distance. And the safest and easiest one to use, in my opinion, is sparks. So we're going to save. You've only got to just hit him once with the spell. But you want to get him, there you go, before he gets to the woman he's attacking. Because if he gets to her, that's it. You can't get anything. You don't save her.
You saved my life. Thank you. Here. I was gonna... I'm sorry. I don't know anymore.
We'll handle it.
He tried to kill Mark.
Gods. Are you alright? Did you see what happened? The Forsworn? Oh, I think you dropped this. Some kind of note. Hmm? No. I was just getting some fresh air.
Okay.
Come on, need to get going. The Silverblood Inn has plenty of strong.
I'm going to leave this book here, but that has just started the quest for me to be able to get the Spell Knight armor. So that's good. So now let's sell up everything we can to the young lady in here who always assumes that we think she's Arnleif.
No. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
I should say the cannibal in here who always thinks that we think she's Arnleif. I might save that and sell that to what's-her-face, the don't really need to keep a lot of soul gems now. No, I won't sell that if that's the case. Sell that to the... what's the name? Thermal boots, thermal gloves, wine. It's only worth 17. That's disgusting for a gem that can completely restore your magicka. How much for the flawed Valastone? 335. Now that makes sense. For something that is a reusable soul gem, that makes sense. But the Welkin Stone only sells for 17. It almost makes her look like a rip-off merchant, really. Do you have anything interesting that I want? I can never remember whether grand or greater is better. I'll leave it for now.
You there, if you're here to trade, step up to the counter.
I would have stepped up to the counter, but you never step up to the counter.
I just checked the ship.
Okay. Doesn't really matter which way we go. We need to come over here and sell to the Orcish blacksmith lady. G'day, Sock. The anniversary edition just has all of the Creation Club content added to it. So, as an example, I am wearing the steel soldier armor, which is one of the Creation Club items. Sorry, did not mean to do that. We've also found a Vala stone, which acts like a reusable soul gem. And there's a Welkin stone, which completely restores magicka. There's lots of things. There's this really good spell. It's probably easy to show you in here. These Elemental Flare and Elemental Bolt are really powerful. So an Elemental Explosion for 15 points of fire and 15 points of shock, and half as much damage to stamina. And this one does 20 of each. Really nice spells. There's another spell here called Choking Grasp, which chokes and absorbs health from your target for 3 seconds. There's a apprentice level version of that as well, which I haven't gotten. There's Conjure Undying Ghost, which is a new spell, which uses up all of your magicka, and however much magicka you put into the spell is how powerful the ghost will be. So that's a pretty good spell as well. Conjure Zombie, which I don't think existed previously. Those are the spells that I've got at the moment, but there is just, you know, it's 70 odd Creation Club items, so there's a lot of content there. Some of it I had a couple, I had like 5 or 6 Creation Club items previously.
Need a new blade? Tacitus? And if you find a book called The Last... Thanks. Take a look.
Right, so... And I got 11. Well, hey. Health again, I think. How are we doing over here in destruction? Yeah, can't do any more in that. Don't think I want to. Enchanting, smithing, heavy armor, block, or two-handed. I can't do anything more in two-handed at the moment. I'm not really using block as much as I should. Heavy armor, I should put some points in it. Can't do anything with smithing, but I feel like I'm going to need some points in enchanting just to get those enchantments up a little bit stronger.
You know if you need something forged.
So I've got a few things to get rid of here, but nothing too bad. What I want to do is I want to come up here. Because, as I've said previously, one of the main reasons to come here is to see Carcelmo, because he's actually a pretty good mage. If you don't want to go into... if you don't want to go into Dragon's Reach and start the whole main quest line, if you don't even want to do that very first thing of going in there and telling the Jarl that there's a dragon around... but you want to go and get spells without... This is a Dwarven Armored Mud Crab. You can talk to it. Okay, it doesn't talk to me. If you want to talk to a mage and get access to spells and stuff without starting the main quest line, you can come and talk to Carcelmo.
What are you doing here? The excavation site is closed.
I mean, there's other ways to do it, but I find this the easiest.
I'm sorry, I got persist. I'll let if you deal with Nimi. Enthusiasm, good. So you wish to master the arcane arts?
What have you got? So that was a choking grasp. I've already got that. Conjure Foul Zombie must be the next level up of Conjure Zombie. I've already got Elemental Bolt and Elemental Flare. I'm sort of surprised there isn't like an Elemental Rune as the next level up. And there might be. They might just not have them for sale. Strangulation, I think, is the next level. Yeah, it does 16 points. The first one did 8 points per level. So that's the next level up of Choking Grasp. Because that is, yeah, that does 8 points of health. So I don't see any other new spells apart from those few. I wish there was a next level of the elemental stuff, so there's nothing else I want there. You have Greater, but no Grand. That's annoying, because that's what I really want. Sure, I'll sell that to you because I couldn't sell it to anybody else. I want to get a few Grand Soul Gems because then I can start enchanting some gear. What I should do first, I suppose, I'm glad he's not attacking because he looks like he would be a little bit dangerous. Let's come and do this. Let's come and get We've got plenty of carrying capacity, so let's come and get Nimi. Kill her, get all the Dwemer metal out of here that we can. Who knows, maybe there's access to the better house around here somewhere as well. No, I don't mean better house. There is a dwarven house somewhere that you can get access to from the Creation Club content. And I'm very keen on that because I like the dwarven architecture and stuff, apart from the stone beds. I've got enough cabbages. I don't think I need any more, to be honest. Come on, get up there. Oh, that's right, there's nothing else up here. I always think there is something else up there, and there isn't. I don't know where I think I am at that point. Actually, Sock, the one thing I will say about the Anniversary Edition, there is one change that is a little bit important and interesting. Previously, when you had Creation Club content, when you started the game and you first came out of the dungeon in Helgen, it spammed you with all of these new quests that you got as part of the Creation Club content. It doesn't do that anymore. You've actually got to go and find something else to start all of the quests, which I think is really good because it was so annoying. Like, you'd start and you'd end up with all of these things added to your inventory, and just like none of that happens now, and I think that's really good. Come on, else. Who wants it? Yeah, it can take a while to download all the content, though, as St. Salvis is experiencing now. As I said, it took me about an hour. It might have even taken longer. That's the only problem with it. It takes a bit to download. Where's the big boy? Oh, down there, maybe? Do. Killing spiders with my big bad spells. Go. Excuse me. Didn't have enough time to emergency mute, I'm sorry. One of the problems with the new spell, though, is it doesn't actually work like flames, and it probably wouldn't have blown that hole away. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. And I get a soul out of you. Oh, if I don't die first. Well, that's why we save, I guess. Let's not worry about the soul just yet. Not doing well.
Mortal fool, no one hides from the dead.
Well, hey, I got that soul. What did I get? What did I get? A lesser? Nimi was just a lesser. What the hell have you got to kill to get a grand soul? Like, Nimi's a boss, for crying out loud. That's just, I call bullshit on that. See, this doesn't blow the spider. Oh, it does eventually blow the spider webs away. Okay. I don't think I want any of that armor, really. Right.
The art of... You have my gratitude. As promised, it is the key to the... If you find stubborn, it would be good to see any... Take a look. What? Oh, goodbye.
Maybe the gem doesn't take anything more than a lesser soul.
Uncle Calcelmo,
nephew. And to see him. No.
Okay, let's go and smelt down all of this Dwemer and sell the rest.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here.
Ah, a letter from the Jarl.
Of
Moving
course.
Up in the world, eh?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
They don't like us talking to people when we work.
So don't. I didn't talk to you. I didn't ask you anything.
Got him. Push him.
Damn it, I could have made some steel.
Need something?
Need a new blade? Take a look.
Just heard one of the guards saying something about an orc in some keep, and I was wondering whether it was going to start a quest or something. But nope. Actually, I don't think you've got much left.
I'm not. Take a look.
Yeah, I can't sell anything more to you.
Come back whenever you need something.
How much carrying capacity do I got? I've got a bit. No, I haven't. I've been keeping Amalar on stream, so I haven't played anything lately. Started my new job this week, so I really haven't been a bit bushed after work. Haven't been doing much of anything really. Done a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons online, couple of nights, but that's about it. Hoping to get back into nightly streaming in a week or two. We'll see. Maybe even next week. Certainly feel like I could do a bit more with this job. Just about to heal. Just about to. Basically the same as what I had, yeah. Just doing a bit more about it. I don't know, it's a bit hard to explain, but I like it more. It's more what I wanted from a job. Less, well, it's more looking after a single product than looking after multiple clients. Which is more what I want, so yeah. I need to get more healing potions. I feel like I'm in a bad way with healing potions at the moment. Follow the ghost. What's going to be up here? Just a single saber-tooth this time. Not going to tell me to halt at Dushnakyal? Okay.
I cannot best you.
That was the easiest that fight has ever gone. Got to save after that. But actually, back on Amalar, I am planning on continue on stream playing that. I very much was enjoying it. I've come to the realization that that's the sort of game that I'm liking, at least at the moment anyway. Single player, very much like Skyrim. Single player, yeah, I've found lately when I've been playing like party-based RPGs, it's this weird thing going on for me where, I was saying this earlier, I play a party-based RPG, and on the one hand, you get those ones where you have no choice, these are the companions that you get. And I start to lose interest because none of the companions are what I want. Or you come to the other games where, like Solasta Crown of the Magister, where you have free reign to build the entire party exactly as you want, and I don't know what I want to build because I know the one character that I want to build, but not the entire 4 or 6 or whatever. And so... And I sort of get to the point where I don't want to have to manage that many different characters. I want to just build the one. And so I'm starting to come to the realization that I like this sort of thing a little bit better, which is why I'm liking Kingdoms of Amalur, because it's the same sort of thing. It's single player, has some nice progression in it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that it has updates. I haven't actually played it. And I still do want to finish that, you know, play the full version of that. But I think I need to get back into the mood. Oh my God, I am glad I came here. I did not know. I was just coming here to take all of the Dwemer items that are here. And now I find I can't carry it all. God damn it. I find the new Dwarven armor. As well as a whole heap of other stuff. I am going to be so overburdened that this is going to be ridiculous. I'm not going to take the steel mace. Did I even open this cupboard? I did open that. Okay. So close. Got it. Okay, what junk am I carrying that I don't need? I don't need 24 cabbages, that's for sure. Got to keep my child's doll, though. That is heavy armor, that new Dwarven plate. Oh, I am carrying so much over, I am not going to be able to put... Oh, that's right, I've got all this Spell Knight armor, haven't I? Okay, let's put all the Dwemer stuff in here and come back for it later. What the hell is going on? It's not, There we go. Hang on, 91. And that's at 99, not even upgraded. So the Steel Spell Knight armor is just so much better than other steel armors, which is why I used it so much in the other playthroughs. And I'm going to use it again. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to keep this steel armor this time that I've made because it's something different. I'm going to keep the iron armor as well. I just need to go and put it all away somewhere. Let's... Can I carry that? I can. So is that... Even though it's going to look... Well, I mean, first of all, if you haven't seen it before, that's what the Steel Spell Knight armor looks like. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's really nice. It's different. And the iron stuff looks the same. And then there's an ebony set as well. So that's all good. But I'm curious about this dwarven plate. It doesn't go with the rest of it, but it looks all right. There's obviously a dwarven plate helmet and stuff that goes with it. I just haven't found it. It's different. I'll give it that. But the interesting thing is that this Steel Spell Knight armor is equivalent to that dwarven plate armor. Which is a little strange. That's why it's OP. I think the best bet, even though I know I said I didn't really want to do this. Actually, how much money do I have? So close.
There's a nip in the air.
What's the time? 4 in the morning. Can I sell enough stuff to make 500 gold?
An archer, eh? I've got just what you need. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Let's go up to Dragon's Reach, disenchant. See, if I can just get a little bit more gold, I can buy the house just over there. I mean, I don't necessarily want to pay that huge, ridiculous amount for it, but I want to see what it's like, and there's no other way to do it, so...
What are you still doing here? The Jarl said retreat. I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Yeah, you didn't have any more spells that I wanted. Already checked. Okay.
Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man. Neither am I.
I don't think I have small soul shards at the moment. Let's go to Valthian Towers, drop off some stuff that I want to keep. Most of that Dwemer that I've got hidden away back there, I think will give me the money that I need when I sell all of that. And I've got some rings and necklaces up here that I was keeping for enchanting, but I might smith them instead. So sell these ones that I've kept, and that'll give me the money that I need, and then when I want to make enchantments later, I will make the necklaces or whatever. So let's put away all of the cabbage rather than eating it. I'm going to put that away. For the moment, I'm going to put that away. I'm going to put that away so I don't accidentally sell it. Put away the Iron Spell Knight armor because it just seems so good. Put those away for the moment because I don't need them. Those away. Man, I need to get some more potions. Selling all of that. Selling all of that. Put away the Steel Soldier armor. I need to upgrade all of this. I need to sell that. Put all that away. Sell that. Put that away. Okay, is there anything in here that I can sell that I don't need? I don't need that. I got more rings and stuff in here than I know what to do with, so let's get rid of some of those. Hunting Bow of Chills, and that, they can either be disenchanted or sold, as can that. And one of those pickaxes can be sold. Go back to town, quickly sell that stuff, and then head back and pick up all that Dwemer stuff before it disappears. Not that I think it's going to disappear immediately, but I don't want to take the chance.
The finest weapons and armor. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I really should just try and disenchant these before I forget. I almost sold some of those things, so let's quickly do that. How much money did we have? Not enough.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow. What are you still doing here? Take a look.
You gonna buy any of this stuff from me? Yeah, that. You don't have enough money to buy anything else. Go, and I have just got enough to buy the house. Let's do it.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, wonderful. Here's the key to your new home.
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
No, actually, let's come over here first, make sure we can get those items. Did I miss anything? No. Sometimes there's stuff that's sort of half stuck in the floor or whatever. There's that steel maze, which I don't really want, but if I can't fit all of this stuff in, I will definitely drop the steel mace. No, we're good. Let's have a look at the new content, the Tundra Homestead. Oh, a nice little reading area at the front. With some junk in the cupboard. A strong box. Yellow book of riddles, a goblet. A desk over here with quills and ink and charcoal and lots of books. I have to see if any of those books... Oh, a small chest. If any of those books are the one that I need to find. Another Dwemer lever. That's nice to be able to sell. Some cheese. A safe. It's very nice. And a loot. Dwemer cup. Stuff up here. Very nice. Enchanter. With an enchanter potion and some soul gems. Soul gem fragments. It's in the cupboard. Yeah, it does have a very nice look to it, doesn't it? The ceiling and everything, with stuff sitting on the rafters and everything. We've got a cellar downstairs. We'll come back to that in a little bit. Potion of healing. Couple of recipes. Another strong box. Bunch of potions that are hidden back there that are hard to get to, but it's all right. Well, that was that cupboard over there. Okay. And on this side, we have bedrooms. I guess we end up sleeping in... Oh, model boat. And a shrine of Mara there. And a shrine of Akatosh there. Bookshelves. Empty chest. Some boots and an empty knapsack. Gloves, more books. Dresser has fine clothes in it. And it now has some... No, it now has some gloves as well. Scaled boots and hide boots and another bookcase. Just not clear if that's supposed to be my bedroom or if there's another... No, that has to be because there's nowhere else. It's a pretty small house. Okay, so your kids, if you have any, sleep in the same room. There's obviously no room for a follower or steward to live here. We've got a baking surface there. That's interesting. Another cupboard here, which is where we're going to put all of our food and stuff. Oh, look at that. Cutlery. Nord mead. The juniper berry crostolia thing. I think that's the one that... No, that's not the one that restores magicka. Have a look downstairs. Quaint little place upstairs. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Armchair. More books and stuff. More bookshelves and bookcases. And even more bookcases. And then you've got your trophy room. All of the dragon claws. Lots of mannequins. Weapon plaques. Display cases. Weapon racks. Yeah, the moths in the jars and stuff up there. More display cases here. I don't really like these display cases. They don't really feel like they ever work properly. Things always end up jumping out of them. All of the masks. Weapon racks. Not a bad little place. I don't know if it's really worth the $7.5 grand that I'm paying for it. And we've got to decide where we're going to put everything. But yeah, it's a nice... It definitely looks visually very nice. What was in that cupboard? Let's take all of that out. What about this cupboard? Getting rid of those because they get in the way of me getting to that stronghold box. Even that jug does. So I don't want that there because I'd like to be able to... Well, actually, maybe not use that one because I could use this one over here, couldn't I? Have to decide what I'm going to do with various things. I need somewhere... So I need somewhere to store food stuff, which is probably going to be this cupboard here. And I'll sell the stuff that I don't want. I don't really know that I'm going to use any of this storage down here. Why can I not get those apples? Because they're not real apples. That cupboard's empty, that's empty. I'll leave that jug there. Okay, so I can basically put my cabbage, potato, leeks, and vegetable soup in this cupboard here. So that's one thing. I need somewhere to store my keys and coins and stuff can go over in here. So did I have any keys? Oh, I've only got that one. That's fine. I'm not going to put that in there. I sort of feel like I need somewhere to store books. And I feel this... That's not actually a bookcase. That's a cupboard and it's empty. Actually, that's what I was going to do. Empty out all of this and then make sure that all of the... No. All of the alchemical stuff is kept... Actually, I'm just going to sell it all. So I'm not doing that. But if I was going to use it all, I would put it all in there. So this cupboard should have anything to do with enchanting, which includes the enchanter's potions. And then any soul gems. And fragments. Okay. I don't really want a whole bunch of books just sitting around. Yeah, the good working area out there is stuff that you could use for free. I don't know. I have to assume, and this is a big assumption, but I really have to assume that those chests out there are safe. Even before you own the house. Because otherwise it would be silly. So I'm going to grab all of these books. Because I really don't like books lying around like this. And while I could sell them all, we're going to just store them all away. I don't want that tankard there, or that charcoal, or those, or that. The rest can stay. Get these books. And if you're going to fall over, we'll get rid of you. Let's get rid of these books. Although this shelf up here does sort of seem like a semi-good place to have books normally. But ultimately, there's a bookcase in the other room, and I think I just want to put everything in there. So that they're not lying around. The other thing is that there is that quest to bring a book to the blacksmith in Markarth. And I'm carrying too much to run. Well, that's nice. This is the bookcase here that I'm going to put everything in. No, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. What do we got? More books here. What's in the dresser? Gloves and fine clothes. Let's put those boots in there as well. That way they're out of the way. That and that we're going to sell. Can I get rid of that? I wish I could get rid of that skull. I really do. Let's go in the bookcase, Tony. That's good enough for now. I know there's stuff to clean up downstairs as well, but what I want to do... What's in that sack? Let's get everything out of that. Let's get rid of those. Jugs and the pots can stay. Let's get rid of all that. Let's get rid of all of that. A little bit neater, a little bit tidier. I don't want the loot there. So I disenchant. Pretty sure I can't disenchant that bow. No, I can't. Exactly as I expected, so that's a sellable. In fact, for the moment, well, hang on. Keep that on me. One of those. Okay. Let's quickly go outside and, as I said, I've got to assume that the chest out here, the storage out here is good, is safe. It doesn't seem right to me to be storing stuff out here in the open like this. But it's gotta be fine. Gonna sell all of that. Put those away. And that's it. Okay. What was in there? Carrots, not anymore. That's all the containers emptied. It is. I feel like I should take a chance. I'm going to need as much carrying capacity as possible to make sure I empty out everything in Valthium Towers in one go. So all of this, which is going to be sold, goes away. And this stuff that I'm keeping, is there... Yeah, in the knapsack here. Let's put... I'm keeping the doll with me because I am. That's my lucky... I'm keeping my sword, but I'm going to get rid of all my armor. I'm keeping the thief backpack because... Actually, let's get rid of the sword as well. Okay, maximum carrying capacity. Let's head over here. See if we can grab all of our stuff in one go. If not, we'll make a couple of trips, but... We've basically just got to hope that there's no baddies around. Because... we're pretty much butt naked. Running through... the area. I mean, we don't have to be once we get up here because I've got armor sitting in the chest that I could put on for the trip back. But what happens if I do that? Wow, I can carry it all? Well, I'm happy then. And just so that there are no people complaining, we'll put our steel armor back on and we'll head back to the Tundra House. First things first, there are going to be some stuff we can chuck in the chest here. Let's put that stuff inside. So that's going to come out here. That and that stays out here. That stays out. Leather strips, or calcium, pickaxe, quicksilver, steel, and the wolf pelts. Very good. Inside. What are you doing, Fox? Hey? I wonder how I tame you. I'm supposed to be able to. I think that's always been the case. If you walk around town without any clothes on, people complain. What am I doing? I want to chuck. This is where I was putting enchanting stuff, wasn't it? So what have I got? I've got another enchanter's potion. And I've got that, those, that, and that. Although I was going to keep that on me, wasn't I? Let's leave it in there for the moment. Before we do anything else, let's grab all of that. Make sure it's all set up again. So, Spell Knight gear on. Sword, favorited. And put on number 1. Very good. Let's go down to the base. Hang on, I got food to go over here, don't we? Okay. That was one way to do it. Cabbages, leeks, potatoes, tomatoes. Flour goes in the selling chest. And that's sellable. Keys. In our strongbox. Wonderful. What else we got? No. Food, yeah. Potions, yep. Okay, that's all going downstairs. Or a good portion of it is. So, there's more books here. There we go. And books there. And there's books there. Okay. So, you're going to wear the Iron Spell Knight armor. No, you're going to wear the Steel Soldier armor. You're going to wear the Iron Spell Knight armor. And we're going to chuck the Dwarven Plate on you. There we go. What else do we have? Nothing there. Those potions are fine. That's fine. The books, the keys, the animal collar, and the animal pack. I need to find somewhere to store them. What's in this bookcase? Nothing anymore. There is storage down here. I don't know if I want to use this. Yeah, let's come up here. Yeah, let's put the animal collar and the animal pack in there. Then we'll go over to our bookcase over here. Put all these books in. What was the book that she wanted for the quest? The Last Scabbard. Don't have it. Good. Just making sure. What does that give me again? Active effects. Ah, regenerate magicka 10% faster. That's actually not bad. I'll keep that. I think... Yeah, we're done. We've moved in. I mean, we've got a chest here full of stuff we have to sell. But we've basically moved into the house. That's a lot to sell. I just realized there's all of this stuff hanging up here. We gotten all the lavender? Looks like we have. Oh, is that more? No, I've gotten that already. What can I make on the baking surface? Apple dumplings. It was this one here. Oh no, that's not the one I wanted. I thought there was one that... Lavender dumpling sounds interesting. Magicka is increased by 10 points for 60 seconds. Resist 10% of magic for 60 seconds. I thought there was another one that, like, allowed you to recover magicka a bit quicker. Don't think I can make it here. Maybe. I don't know. Might have to go to the other Mir Watch and see what it has. Okay. I'm I think that's going to be it, guys. I am happy with how we've done in this episode. It's taken 7 hours. We are level 9, almost level 10. Making a good start. Seen some of the new content. Still some stuff I want to find. The Dwemer House. Definitely want to find that. There's a farm. It's supposed to be somewhere around Whiterun. Can't find that yet, but we will hopefully find it at some point. And in this playthrough, I definitely want to head over to Solestein and muck around there again. I haven't done that much, really. I want to just go all around the island and do as much as I can. Not straight away, a little while later, get a few more levels. You know, after maybe level 20 or 30. Somewhere around there. We'll see. But I'm happy with how this has went. I hope you've enjoyed it. And I'll catch you all next time. Thanks a lot. Bye now.